Chapter 1288. Under the Death Gate, it was difficult to find a way out. The black chilly wind was like a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, roaring in this bottomless and boundless netherworld. Chu Hen, Wu Yan, Yi Yao, and Long Xuanxuang continued to explore deeper down. They maintained a very stable speed and circulated the true origin energy in their bodies evenly. This was especially true for Wu Yan, who had fallen into the trap just now. She was extremely careful with the circulation of her energy. She did not allow even the slightest bit of it to overflow. She was afraid that it would disrupt the pattern of the yin and yang source energy in the surroundings and cause another raging flame to burn her. Senior Brother Wu Yan, if you think it's too tiring, you can use your true origin energy to defend yourself. Chu Hen said in a low voice as he looked at Wu Yan, whose face was a little pale. Wu Yan looked at the three people beside him as if he was looking at monsters. He was the only one here who was being cautious. Yi Yao did not say anything. She had the Tai Chi holy physique, which carried the yin and yang energy. Long Xuanxuang relied on the ice holy physique to resist the extreme yin qi here. Even Chu Hen had a way to deal with it. Wu Yan could not help but feel a little ashamed. No need, I can hold on, Wu Yan replied. On one hand, he still had lingering fears. On the other hand, he did not want to cause any more trouble for the three people. Although the profound yin qi here was strong, Wu Yan was still at the 8th level of the eternal realm. He could still resist it for a short period of time. Of course, if he attracted the raging flames formed by the profound yang energy, it would be a different story. Swish! The four of them seemed to be shuttling through the vast universe. It was hazy and misty. As they continued to move forward, the black chilly wind formed by the profound yin qi became more and more powerful. This kind of chilly wind seemed to ignore the surface of the body and had the ability to penetrate armor. It had the terrifying power to invade the bones and organs. The more it was like this, the more serious Yi Yao's expression became. Where did Noni go? After so long, they could not find any traces of the yin-yang beast Noni. They could not help but feel anxious. Who? After passing through layer after layer of incomparably, bitingly cold wind zone, this underground world was still vast, like another independent, mysterious space. Look! At this time, Long Xuanxuang called out in a low voice. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched as he murmured, "We've reached the end." That seems to be the case. It seems like the wind has also weakened a little. Wu Yan echoed with some surprise. Buzz! The airflow in the air faintly trembled, and the four of them landed one after another. The moment their feet touched the ground, they felt an indescribable hardness. It doesn't look like soil? Wu Yan gently stepped on the ground. Chu Hen nodded as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The ground beneath his feet was much sturdier than ordinary stone. Moreover, it didn't seem to be made of stone bricks. Instead, it felt more like a hard metallic substance. The four of them cautiously observed their surroundings. Dark and cold, vast and vast. In addition to the chilly wind blowing in the air, there was actually a series of strange soft lights swaying in the air. It was unknown where the soft light came from. It was hazy, like a jellyfish floating in the undercurrent of the deep sea, giving people a particularly dreamy feeling. Noni! At this time, Yi Yao's surprise call shocked the other three. The three of them hurriedly walked toward where Yi Yao was. Noni, I finally found you. Are you all right? Yi Yao hurriedly trotted to the side of a furry black and white kitten. Before she could pick up Noni, she was stunned on the spot. She saw that Noni's body was flowing with yin and yang qi, one black and one white. His pair of dark vertical pupils were staring at a stone platform in front of him. The stone platform was square-shaped. It was divided into a total of 3 layers. The outer layer was more than 100 meters, long and wide. The middle layer was about 60 to 70 meters long, and the highest layer was located in the middle, with a length and width of about 30 meters. there was a three-legged cauldron on the middle layer. The cauldron was more than 5 meters tall. Its shape was simple and unadorned, and there were many ancient runes and secret scrolls all over it. In the middle of the many patterns and secret scrolls, there was also a ferocious beast with a ferocious appearance. That ferocious beast was like a tiger or a leopard. It stood on auspicious clouds and raging flames, and there was a Tai Chi yin-yang symbol in the center of its forehead. Looking at the symbol on the body of the cauldron, Chu Hen and the other two were faintly startled. The ferocious beast symbol was exactly the same as the one on the stone pillar outside. That is, Long Xuanxuang's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She pointed at the ball of light above the ancient cauldron and said, following her gaze, they saw that there was actually a ball of soft light gathered above the mouth of the cauldron, and there were a few light spots floating in the middle of the soft light. When they looked over, they saw that those light spots were actually a few perfectly round and smooth elixirs that looked like a rain of pearls. An obscure and shocking energy fluctuation was faintly emitting from the inside of those elixirs. What was even more shocking was that there was a thick red vapor rising from the elixirs. The vapor formed a misty flow that was particularly eye-catching in this dark environment. Blood vapor. Wu Yin clenched her fists and blurted out, "Isn't this the Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill?" Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill? The moment the three people heard these words, they were shocked. "What's the Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill?" Chu Hen asked. Wu Yen shook her head gently and replied with a sigh, "It's rumored that the Saint Pill is refined from the blood essence of a Saint grade demon beast and several venerable grade demon beasts. Once it's consumed, it'll instantly unleash all the potential energy in one's body. The endless energy will form a powerful blood vapor outside one's body. Not only does it have a powerful explosive force, but it's also a great treasure to strengthen one's bloodline and physique. Even a top Saint King stage powerhouse would regard this Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill as a precious high-grade pill." As Wu Yan spoke, she had an incredulous expression on her face. One could see that she was extremely excited about the Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill. After listening to her words, Chu Hen's heart stirred as his eyes lit up. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Chu Hen and Wien immediately moved their bodies and swiftly rushed towards the high platform in front of them. It was such a rare and amazing item. First come, first served. If they did not take it now, it would be inevitable for them to fight for it when the others arrived. However, the moment the two of them stepped onto the high platform, a wave of energy rippled in the air. In the next instant, a faint spatial fluctuation rose from the inside of the ancient cauldron. The elixirs hovering above the cauldron were like a swarm of bees that had been disturbed. With a whoosh, they suddenly flew out in all directions and scattered in different directions. They even know how to run away? Chu Hen was a little surprised. Saint-grade medicinal pills are like this. They instinctively repel foreign auras. Wu Yan explained as she quickly chased after a pill. She shouted at Long Xuanxuang and Yao, "Both of you, hurry up and help!" The two ladies nodded and joined the team to capture the elixirs. "Humph, let's see where you're going." Chu Hen's speed was like a bolt of lightning as he flashed in the air like a meteor in the night sky. In just a blink of an eye, he caught up to a Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pill. With a wave of his hand, his 5 fingers that were spread open immediately closed. Subsequently, he grabbed a pill shrouded in blood vapor in his palm. The pill that had sunk into his palm was like an agitated sparrow that was trying to break free. However, how could Chu Hen let it escape? He controlled it with his internal force before he went after the other explosive blood pills. The 4 of them kept changing their positions in the dark like they were chasing fireflies. In the process of moving, a few of the Supreme Saint Explosive Blood Pills had a layer of flame on their surface. The flame quickly enveloped them and burned them together with the blood vapor on their surface. "Oh no, we have to hurry up." Otherwise, they're going to be burned, Wu Yan hurriedly shouted. Immediately, he gave up on the burning explosive blood pills and quickly chased after the normal pills. It could be seen that the fire formed by the profound yang energy would not only burn the outsiders who had barged into the death door, but it would also burn the other things that had disturbed the yin-yang source energy. Since he could not use his true origin energy rashly, he could not act as he pleased like he did outside. It was obvious that his movements were a taboo. Looking at the explosive blood pills that were enveloped in flames, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Following that, a powerful burst of speed erupted and a layer of scorching flames immediately ignited outside his body. However, Chu Hen turned a blind eye to the flames that covered his body. His figure flashed wantonly in the air like a ghost. One after another, the explosive blood pills fell into his hands. Regardless of whether he had ignited the flames or not, Chu Hen did not give up on any of them. Soon, all the Supreme Saint explosive blood pills that were scattered everywhere disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, Chu Hen had become a 10-meter-tall flaming giant. The faces of the other 3 people changed. However, the flames quickly shrunk and rapidly melted. Chu Hen walked out of the raging flames without the slightest bit of damage. Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang's hearts were slightly at ease. Wu Yan shook her head and cursed. Monster! She was careful not to attract any sparks. However, Chu Hen, this monster, liked to get himself into trouble. How is it? How many Supreme Saint explosive blood pills did you guys get? Wu Yan said as she opened her palm. 2 violent blood pills were lying on her palm. I also got 2. Long Xuanchuang replied. I got 3, Yi Yao said with a happy smile on her face. After all, she had the yin-yang energy. Compared to the others, she could use her true origin energy more freely. It was normal for her to get 3. Then, the 3 of them looked at Chu Hen. His actions just now were no different from a robber. The medicinal pill that was about to be destroyed was forcefully pulled back by him. Looking at the 3 people's expectant gazes, Chu Hen blinked and revealed a meaningful smile. I got it. Aww. Before he could finish speaking, an extremely strong chaotic aura suddenly gushed out from the high platform. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw that the originally quiet ancient cauldron was emitting a strange light. A series of runes on the cauldron lit up like a complicated restriction. The mysterious yin energy that filled the air whistled violently. Roar! At the same time, the yin-yang beast Noni let out a deep roar. Its vertical pupils were like sharp swords as it stared at the ancient cauldron on the platform. Swoosh! Chapter 1289. Buzz! While Chu Hen and the others were collecting the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pills, no one noticed the changes happening on the high platform. Along with a monstrous surge of yin and yang qi gushed out from the ancient cauldron. A condensed black and white halo surged in all directions, and a rotating taiji yin-yang diagram rapidly spread out. The hearts of the 4 of them were startled. Yin-yang beast Noni constantly emitted low roars from its throat. The yin-yang diagram that appeared on the ground emitted bursts of powerful energy, and then a series of strange light runes suddenly lit up in 8 different directions. In the blink of an eye, an 8 trigrams yin-yang diagram appeared in the darkness. Buzz! Waves of powerful energy surged out recklessly. Dazzling rays of light flashed out one after another, and 8 dazzling words appeared in 8 different directions. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, water, mountain, swamp. Taiji yin and yang, universe 8 trigrams. The 8 different types of energy in the world symbolized the cycle of change in the world. The rotation of the sun and moon was mysterious and unpredictable. In addition to the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth, there were 6 other types of great Tao energy. This is... Looking at the scene in front of them, the faces of the 4 were filled with bewilderment. In particular, Wu Yan's eyes were faintly trembling uneasily, and her hands were trembling. Her eyes swept back and forth as she muttered to herself. Universe 8 trigrams inside, Great Tao Yin and Yang. Isn't this the legendary Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron? Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron? Hearing these words and seeing Wu Yan's frightened expression, Chu Hen could not help but ask in confusion, "What is this?" Wu Yan gritted her teeth and answered solemnly, Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron, ranked 19th on the list. Divine Weapon List, ranked 19th. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the three people changed drastically. Even Chu Hen subconsciously clenched his fists. Any divine weapon in the world was a precious object that tens of thousands of people would fight over. Any of the divine objects that were able to enter the rankings were enough to cause people to fight over them until their heads bled and their corpses covered the ground. It is rumored that the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron can endlessly absorb the Yin and Yang energy of the universe. The Yin and Yang energy can then give birth to the divine power of the 8 trigrams. In other words, Yin and Yang give birth to the 2 poles give birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions give birth to the 8 trigrams. The power of the 8 trigrams is ever-changing and mysterious. In ancient times, there was an almighty being who once used the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron to single-handedly annihilate an entire enemy army, displaying the power to manipulate the universe with a flip of his hand. Hearing Wu Yan's explanation, the three of them were stunned. Even Chu Hen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He stared solemnly at the ancient cauldron that was placed on the high platform on the 3rd level, looking at the majestic and mysterious Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation beneath them. Everyone had never imagined that such a shocking and extraordinary divine object was actually hidden behind the gate of death. Immediately after, Chu Hen's attention subconsciously swept towards the yin-yang beast, Noni, who was below the stage. It was still staring intently at the yin-yang cauldron with its glowing vertical pupils. Possessing the same yin and yang body, it was believed that its senses were more sensitive than humans. However, its series of actions had puzzled everyone. Even now, Noni was still extremely vigilant. BZZ. Suddenly, right at this moment, a wave of light fluctuation came from the space above. Another person had passed through the inchi layer of the raging black wind. When he saw the scene below, his eyes immediately lit up after a brief moment of surprise, revealing a strong sense of greed and excitement. Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are truly on my side, swish! His speed suddenly sped up, and he shot down explosively like an arrow. Due to the overflowing true Yuan power, a layer of scorching flames swiftly ignited around his body. However, that person did not seem to care at all. In fact, he even completely ignored Chu Hen and the others below, as if the only thing in his eyes was the ancient cauldron. Dragging a trail of scorching qi in the air, the person flashed to the top of the high platform at lightning speed. Then he thrust out his palm, forming a giant palm made of powerful and domineering true Yuan power that reached towards the ancient cauldron. Before Chu Hen and Wu Yan could react, something unexpected happened again. BZZZ. When the blazing giant palm made of true Yuan touched the yin-yang ancient cauldron, a monstrous pillar of yin-yang qi abruptly rose from the mouth of the cauldron. The light that blossomed was like a rapidly dispersing folding fan, extremely dazzling. Pum! The giant palm of true Yuan immediately shattered. At the same time, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation on the ground began to slowly rotate. Then, a powerful suction force erupted from the mouth of the cauldron. The person's body suddenly froze, as if he had been dragged into the cauldron by an invisible hand. Ah! Panicked cries spread out. In a panic, the person clung to the edge of the cauldron's mouth with both hands, trying to climb out of it. But then a sharp and passionate roar of a ferocious beast hit everyone's eardrums. Roar! It was like a tiger's roar, like a wolf's howl. A black shadow that was emitting yin-yang flames appeared from the ancient cauldron, and the person's eyes were already filled with despair. The black and white yin-yang qi entwined with it, and with a hurried and shrill cry, the other party seemed to be dragged into a vortex that would never be able to escape. Seeing this situation, the expressions of Chu Hen, Wu Yan, Yi Yao, and Long Xuanxuan changed again and again. At the same time, the ferocious beast pattern in the center of the ancient cauldron's many complicated ancient runes flashed with a strange light. In particular, the pair of cold and fierce eyes seemed to have a trembling aura that penetrated deep into one's soul. Roar, heavy and mighty ferocious aura spread out from the ancient cauldron, and the black shadow that was about to devour the person crawled out like smoke. Together with the endless yin-yang qi, a ferocious beast with a terrifying appearance slowly appeared in front of the four people. The beast looked like a tiger or a leopard with a slender body. Its 4 claws stepped on the edge of the cauldron's mouth, and its entire body was filled with yin and yang qi. On its forehead, there was a Tai Chi pattern symbol. It stared coldly at the 4 people with eyes full of contempt. This is? The 4 people's eyes widened, and they felt even more surprised. The sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow in Chu Hen's body said in a low voice, "Tool spirit!" Tool spirit? Chu Hen was stunned. Most divine tools have tool spirits. The higher the quality of the divine tool, the stronger the tool spirit, Mo Qing Li explained simply. Chu Hen was secretly shocked. Although he was surprised, he quickly accepted it. Take the 7-star soul bead as an example. At the beginning, he first obtained the star bead, then the 7-star soul in the ancient desolate heaven domain, and finally the soul bead fused as one to obtain the complete 7-star soul bead. And as a divine tool ranked on the list, it was not surprising that the yin-yang origin energy cauldron had a tool spirit. Before the 4 people could recover, the ferocious beast turned its gaze to the yin-yang beast, Noni. Roar! The two were like a king facing his subjects. Noni's body involuntarily trembled. Then Noni's 4 claws slowly retreated, and his vertical pupils were filled with fear and resistance. Noni! Unaware of his intentions, Yi Yao hurriedly rushed forward, intending to take him away. But in the next instant, the ferocious yin-yang beast stepped on black and white flames, baring its sharp teeth as it pounced towards Yi Yao. Chu Hen frowned. Without saying anything further, he immediately rushed forward. At the same time, Noni let out a furious roar and swiftly dashed towards Yi Yao. Roar! While moving, Noni's body erupted with rich yin and yang power, and his petite body rapidly grew stronger and more ferocious. Black and white wings sprouted from his back, and his 4 claws soared into the air. With a loud bang, he intercepted the ferocious yin-yang beast in midair and knocked it away. Roar! This collision seemed to have angered King. The ferocious beast immediately aimed its spear at Noni. Torrential flames rose in its rage as it transformed into a black shadow and pounced towards Noni. The latter could not dodge in time and was immediately enveloped by the black shadow. Roar! As Noni struggled, he was directly dragged onto the high platform by the black shadow. The 4 of them were greatly alarmed. Without waiting for Chu Hen and the others to make a move to save him, a walala sound of trembling could be heard, and one after another, sturdy and dark iron chains suddenly sprang out from the surface of the stage. Every iron chain flickered with a fiery red light. Like a punishment from hell, the iron chains that attacked from all directions wrapped around Noni's body and limbs, and then forcibly pulled him off the ground and dragged him above the ancient cauldron. In the next instant, the black shadow formed by the ferocious yin-yang beast merged into Noni's body like a demonic barrier. In an instant, the bones all over Noni's body emitted a violent grinding sound, and every inch of his flesh and blood was bulging irregularly, as if there was an extremely violent force wantonly attacking his body, and he could explode and die at any time. Roar! Bound by the iron chains, Noni looked like an ancient ferocious beast that was enduring the punishment of the god of purgatory. His distorted facial features and body were abnormally ferocious and terrifying. Noni? Yi Yao was shocked and anxious. She wanted to rush forward to rescue him, but Chu Hen stopped her. "Don't move, you three!" As he finished speaking, Chu Hen was ready to move forward. But then, Mo Ching Li's voice sounded. "You can't save him." "What? That's not an ordinary weapon spirit. It was born from the Qi of Yin and Yang. You can't force it out." "Since it's the Qi of Yin and Yang, I can use the power of the heavenly Tao stone to pull it out," Chu Hen replied. "Normally you can, but not now." Mo Ching Li's tone was firm. "Why?" Chapter 1290. Because we are currently inside the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron. Mo Ching Li's words resounded in Chu Hen's mind like a clap of thunder. His expression changed slightly as his pupils shrank slightly, his face filled with disbelief. Inside the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron? How is this possible? Chu Hen scanned his surroundings in bewilderment. It was a world of darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see, and the mysterious Yin Qi was like a black wind from the netherworld, covering the sky and earth. The layer of mysterious Yin Qi that had gathered above was like a black wave that flooded the entire space. Chu Hen had always had his suspicions. Why would there be such a strange place at the bottom of the ancient city, so strange that it could gather such majestic Yin-Yang Genesis energy? Now that he heard Mo Ching Li's words, it was as if he had an epiphany, and he could not help but feel enlightened. If that's the case, then the world behind the Gate of Death is the interior of the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron, mumbled Chu Hen. "That's right." Mo Ching Li solemnly replied. "What is that?" Chu Hen looked towards the mysterious ancient cauldron that was sealed by chains on the central platform. "The artifact spirit." "It's also the artifact spirit?" "The artifact spirit does not have a specific form, and it can change into any shape and form. What you saw just now was a product of the artifact spirit. Of course, this product may have been used to refine the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron before, so the artifact spirit is more inclined to appear in this form." Mo Ching Li paused for a moment before she continued to explain. "Because this is the world inside the cauldron, the artifact spirit is omnipresent. Once it invades the Yin-Yang beast's body, there's nothing you can do." At this moment, the trio behind him were filled with bewilderment as they watched Chu Hen not make a move. In particular, Yi Yao could not help but ask, "Big brother Chu Hen, you?" Before she could finish speaking, Chu Hen turned to the side and raised his hand, indicating that she did not need to say anything else. "So you're saying that Noni is definitely going to die?" asked Chu Hen in a low voice. "Not necessarily. Hurry up and say it." Chu Hen's heart lit up. Mo Ching Li paused for a moment before he replied, "There's only one way to save that cat, and that is to refine the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron and become its master. Become the master of the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron?" Hearing Mo Ching Li's words, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. "Isn't this a little too difficult? If it was an ordinary divine artifact, it would be easy to deal with it. However, the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron was a divine artifact ranked 19th on the list. Given how powerful its artifact spirit was, refining it for one's own use was easier said than done. Is there no other way?" "As of now, there is no better way," Mo Ching Li replied. "Brother Chu Hen, what are you doing?" Looking at the Yin-Yang beast, Noni, who was sealed by the iron chain above the mouth of the cauldron, in pain, Yi Yao was so anxious that she almost cried. Muffled roars continuously rang out from Noni's throat. His sturdy body was contorted in a horrifying manner, as a steady stream of life energy was forcibly extracted from his body. It looked like a living being being sacrificed. Wu Yan and Long Xuanchuang also looked at Chu Hen in confusion. Given his personality, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent after such a long time. Chu Hen's expression darkened slightly as he turned to look at the anxious Yi Yao. The place we are currently in is actually inside the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron. What? Disbelief and shock filled the trio's faces. Behind the death gate is the world inside the cauldron. The Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron we saw is actually the artifact spirit, although they did not know how Chu Hen had obtained this information. He did not seem to be joking at all. Of course, it was impossible for him to be joking. Wu Yen frowned deeply as she mumbled to herself. If we are in the world inside the cauldron, there is only one way to save Noni. The two girls immediately looked towards Wu Yen. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Yi Yao grew increasingly anxious. Wu Yen gritted her teeth and answered in an incomparably serious manner. Subdue the artifact spirit and refine the yin-yang cauldron. Otherwise, there is no way to make it leave Noni's body. It was obvious that Wu Yen knew more than the others. The artifact spirit could be omnipresent inside the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. Apart from becoming the master of the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron, there was no way to make it let go of the trapped yin-yang beast. Soon after, the trio's gazes simultaneously swept towards Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen paused for a moment before he turned towards Yao. If I had to choose, I hope that little Yao will go. The trio were taken aback at first, but they quickly nodded in agreement. Although Chu Hen had the highest cultivation and possessed a saint bloodline that surpassed everyone else, Chu Hen was definitely the best candidate to refine a leader-ranked artifact like the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron. But given the current situation, someone could barge in at any time. In particular, Qin Shi, Li Yanqing, and a group of other experts from the life gate next door. Once they arrived, it would be impossible for the trio to stop them. Moreover, Yi Yao possessed the bloodline boundary of the ultimate saint body, which allowed her to fuse yin and yang energy. She had better innate conditions than ordinary people. Given the current situation, Yi Yao was more suitable to refine the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. I know what to do. Yi Yao's eyes were filled with determination. Chu Hen's eyes glowed with a deep and gentle light as he said in a low voice, refining the yin-yang cauldron is extremely difficult. The slightest carelessness will result in a backlash from the power contained in the divine artifact. Once you sense danger, you must not force yourself. Okay. Yi Yao nodded before turning around and leaping onto the high platform without looking back. She passed the first 2 levels of the high platform and finally stepped onto the 3rd level, which was surrounded by chains. Her clear eyes looked at the yin-yang beast Noni, who was shrouded in scarlet light and on the verge of death. She bit her lip and said in an incomparably firm voice, "Noni, I won't let anything happen to you." As she spoke, a razor-sharp aura gently streaked across the tip of Yi Yao's right index finger, and a thin red line flowed out. Yi Yao's wrist moved slightly, and a drop of crystal-clear red essence, blood, drifted out from her fingertip, like a gentle and nimble water droplet. It gently landed on the ferocious beast pattern at the center of the cauldron. Bzizi, the moment Yi Yao's blood touched the ancient cauldron. A circle of water-like ripples appeared in the air, and an extremely powerful and majestic force gushed out from the ancient cauldron. It surged like a tide, like a terrifying undercurrent in the deep sea, and surged towards Yi Yao. The latter's delicate body trembled, and she immediately sat upright on the ground beside the cauldron. Whoosh! A circle of black and white Tai Chi pattern rotated and spread out beneath Yi Yao's body. Under Yi Yao's control, the drop of essence blood that dripped onto the cauldron quietly melted like a fine spider web. The melted essence blood evolved into a series of complicated and strange runes. It looked bright and bewitching. Thousands of golden light patterns immediately appeared in the air. The golden light patterns were like a dense spiritual fog, immediately enveloping the entire ancient cauldron. At the same time, countless soft fiber-optic spirit patterns appeared on Yi Yao's body. Roar! In the next instant, Yin-Yang beast Noni's body erupted with an impassioned roar, and all the iron chains surrounding the table suddenly burst into raging flames. The raging flames quickly engulfed the entire table, immediately enveloping Yi Yao. At the same time, the runes formed from Yi Yao's essence blood also stopped moving, not moving at all. The raging flames quickly spread to Yi Yao's body, causing her delicate body to tremble uneasily and her breathing to become very unstable. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and Long Xuanxuang's heartstrings were constantly stretched taut. Chu Hen also prepared to rescue Yi Yao at any time. Although he could not bear to see Noni die, he did not want to see Yao in danger even more. "I'm afraid little Yao can't hold on for much longer." Chu Hen secretly shook his head. "Not necessarily." Mo Qingli gave an opposing opinion. "Oh." Chu Hen was a little surprised. "In my opinion, the yin-yang origin energy cauldron is most likely in a damaged state." "Why do you think so?" "It has both yin and yang energy and the power of the 8 trigrams, but from beginning to end, only yin and yang energy can be seen, but not the 8 trigrams. This means that its power is limited. And the artifact soul attracted the yin-yang beast here because it wants to devour it and use it to repair itself." It had to be said that Mo Qingli was very knowledgeable. Her eyesight and knowledge were still incomparable to the current Chu Hen. After a series of investigations and calculations, she quickly made a judgment of the situation. Devour Noni? But Chu Hen was still quite surprised. "Don't underestimate that cat. Ever since yin-yang beasts were born, they have absorbed the yin and yang energy between heaven and earth to survive. Any yin-yang beast has the purest yin and yang energy in the world. In its body, there are no chaotic energies. Just the purity of the yin and yang energy alone is slightly inferior to that girl's Tai Chi holy body. Hua!" Just as she finished speaking, the aura released by Yi Yao clearly became much stronger. Although the flames on the stage were still strong and domineering, the Tai Chi array under Yi Yao's body slowly rotated, constantly pushing the approaching flames away. Very quickly, the red spirit inscriptions on the cauldron moved again, like shallow water slowly flowing on a dry riverbed. Roar. At the same time, the artifact soul was also forcibly extracting Noni's power and life energy. Strands of black and white light emerged from Noni's body, then sank into the high platform along the chains on the stage, finally fusing into the ancient cauldron. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't take long for Noni to be completely devoured. However, due to Yi Yao's interference, its speed was greatly affected. Both sides seemed to have fallen into a battle of time. At that time, it would depend on whether Yi Yao would first refine the yin-yang cauldron, or whether the artifact soul would first devour Noni. Phew! Above everyone, the mysterious yin qi inside the yin-yang genesis qi cauldron roared like a monster, sweeping across the entire cauldron like a hellish storm. One yin, one yang. The extremely cold, mysterious yin qi and the mysterious yang fire that could incinerate all living things began to tear apart the high platform. At this moment, even Long Xuanxuang felt a chill run down her spine, let alone Wu Yan. Her hands and feet were tightly clenched, and her teeth were chattering. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he lifted his head and scanned the sky. He could vaguely sense several auras passing through the layer of biting, cold, mysterious yin qi. "This place isn't suitable for battle," Mo Qingli reminded again. Chu Hen frowned slightly, a look of hesitation on his face. The cauldron likely contained more than 10,000 years worth of yin-yang source energy. Although it was still relatively stable, it was hard to imagine what kind of shocking scene it would bring if a large-scale battle broke out. For Yi Yao, who was concentrating on refining the yin-yang cauldron, chaos meant disaster. Even though Chu Hen had the great Tao Divine Stone and was not afraid of the raging flames here, it might be an advantage. But it did not guarantee that this place was his home ground. The Sacred War had gathered a group of the top geniuses of the entire Midland. How many of those who had the ability to enter here were weaklings? Moreover, Qin Shui should have already left the gate of life, or even entered the gate of death. He was a figure on the golden list, and was likely stronger than Lu Minghong. Most importantly, it wasn't a wise choice to stay here. Even if they managed to repel Qin Shui's group, it would not be long before a second group rushed over. There was no second exit in the yin-yang genesis Qi cauldron, and if Yi Yao was unable to refine it before that happened, it would undoubtedly be like catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 1291. I'm afraid we have to leave first. After thinking for a short while, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a resolute light, and he said to Wu Yen solemnly. The latter was startled, and Long Xuanchuang was also surprised. At this moment, on the platform sealed by the scarlet chains, Yi Yao was surrounded by raging flames. She was at the critical moment of refining the yin-yang cauldron, and the yin-yang beast, Noni, was also sealed above the mouth of the cauldron, and now Chu Hen actually said that he wanted to leave? There will be others coming soon. We have to lure them away, Chu Hen explained in a deep voice. The two immediately understood that once the others arrived here, it would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. At that time, it would definitely bring unimaginable consequences to Yi Yao. But how do we lure them away? Long Xuanchuang asked, puzzled. You stay here and look after little Yao, Chu Hen replied solemnly. Long Xuanchuang clenched her jade-like hands and pursed her red lips slightly. Once something happens to her in the process of refining the yin-yang cauldron, the first thing to do is to ensure her safety. Chu Hen said again. Although there was a slight fluctuation of emotions, Long Xuanchuang still nodded cautiously. Immediately, Chu Hen looked at Wu Yen. Senior brother Wu Yen, I'm afraid you'll have to put on a show with me next. Put on a show? Wu Yen was surprised. Chu Hen then quickly told Wu Yen his idea. Wu Yen raised her eyebrows, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Good idea. Junior brother Chu Hen, you're really resourceful. Chu Hen smiled slightly. Did you hear what I said? No problem. Okay, let's leave now. Pausing, Chu Hen looked at Yi Yao, who was sitting on the platform. The domineering and powerful flames covered the entire platform. The Tai Chi array under Yi Yao slowly rotated, forming a transparent white protective shield around her. Although the yin-yang beast Noni's aura had become ethereal, he could only pin his hopes on Yi Yao. You be careful, too. Chu Hen turned around and reminded Long Xuanchuang. You too. Long Xuanchuang replied. N. After speaking, Chu Hen and Wu Yen exchanged a look. The two understood each other's intentions and leapt into the air, heading towards the yin-yang genesis energy cauldron. Almost at the same time, two figures flashed out of the black yin-chi current that shrouded the sky. That is, yin-yang 8 trigrams. Could it be the yin-yang genesis chi cauldron? There's no mistaking it. It's the yin-yang genesis energy cauldron. Ha ha! It seems that someone is refining it. Looks like we came at the right time. A cold and greedy smile quickly appeared on the faces of the two men. But before they could act, in the next moment, a strong and ferocious airflow suddenly attacked them. Thump, thump, two overlapping thuds intertwined as a chaotic shockwave rippled in the air. The two were blasted backwards. Next, the space around them began to faintly distort. Beezy, a bewitching ball of purple flames rose in the air, enveloping the two. The purple flames immediately disrupted the surrounding yin-yang genesis energy. The black profound yin energy immediately transformed into raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the two were incinerated by two incomparably domineering flames. Ah, save me. No. A moment ago, it was still a sinister laughter, but now it had turned into a helpless and miserable scream. The two balls of flames burned brighter and brighter, making them look like two fire giants. However, Chu Hen did not take another look at the two of them. Together with Wu Yen, he charged into the layer of bone-chilling, mysterious yin-chi. The black yin chi was like a whirlwind that howled in all directions, as if thousands of ghosts had gathered. One could clearly see blurry figures within the wind layer, and a few of them gave off rather powerful auras. Someone has drawn fire to them again. Looks like it's even more dangerous down there. Everyone was alarmed by the commotion below, and all of them maintained their vigilance. But at the same time, great anticipation surged in several people's hearts. To think that there are so many dangers below the Death Gate. Looks like there must be some astonishing treasure hidden there. Looks like we'll have to hurry up. The people from Heaven Condensing Pavilion have likely left the Life Gate. Swish. At this moment, two figures, one in front and one behind, hurriedly rushed over from the area below, passing through the layer of dark yin chi flow at their fastest speed. Junior Brother Chu-Hen, are we going to leave just like that? Are we not going to care about Junior Sister Long and Yi Yao's lives? The yin-yang chi below is as chaotic as a whirlpool. Ordinary people will die if they enter, and the two of them are already powerless to reverse the situation. We've already obtained what we came for, so there's no need to say anything else. Chu-Hen, I've really seen through you. You single-handedly looted all the treasures below, and even took the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. In the end, you don't care about the lives of your fellow disciples anymore. Shut up, don't spout nonsense. With a shout, Chu-Hen immediately increased his speed, increasing the distance between him and Wuyen. However, the person speaking unintentionally had a different meaning to the person listening. The moment they heard the words yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron, everyone's ears abruptly perked up. Everyone's gazes converged on a single person. Yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron? The one ranked 19th on the divine weapon list? No wonder there is endless yin-yang Genesis energy gathered here. It turns out that there is such a divine weapon here. After a brief moment of shock, the shock in everyone's eyes rapidly turned into coldness and greed. In an instant, everyone stopped in their tracks and immediately turned to chase after Chu-Hen. Junior Brother, please wait a moment. Leave the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron behind. We risked our lives to enter the Death Gate, so isn't it a little inappropriate for you to hog all the treasures below? Numerous cold shouts sounded from behind. Chu-Hen's gaze turned slightly as he coldly replied, What yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron? I don't know. Why bother quibbling? We all heard everything clearly just now. Someone sneered. If you didn't take the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron, why did you run so quickly? You clearly have a guilty conscience. Looking at the people chasing after him, Chu-Hen frowned slightly. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he fiercely reprimanded Wu Yan. You only know how to spoil things. I really should have left you there to be burned by the raging flames. Wu Yan's expression darkened as she replied through gritted teeth. Chu, I must have been blind. I never expected you to be someone who would disregard the life and death of your companions for your own selfish desires. You won't be able to take the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron today. Do you think you have the right to say such words? Swish! Chu-Hen immediately increased his speed as he charged upwards. More and more people were chasing after Chu-Hen. When they heard the words yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron, not a single one of them hesitated. They immediately turned around and chased after him. Soon, the Death Gate that they had entered through previously appeared above their heads. The circular white light screen glowed brilliantly. From a distance, it looked like a passageway that connected to another space. Buzz! With Chu-Hen in the lead, everyone passed through the Death Gate, light screen one after another. The spectacular scene resembled a school of fish passing through a net as they scrambled to get to the front. The giant Taiji yin-yang rune that spanned thousands of feet was like a divine will suspended in the ethereal universe. From the eye of the black yin fish, figures hurriedly shuttled out of the light screen like streams of light. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, Li Yanqing, and the others from Equal Heaven Pavilion had just come out of the Life Gate when they happened to witness this scene. Upon seeing this scene and hearing the shouts from the crowd, everyone from Equal Heaven Pavilion felt a chill run down their spines. He actually obtained the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron? Li Yanqing clenched his fists, a chilling light surging in his eyes. However, Qin Shi indifferently watched the crowd swarming into the sky, a cold smile appearing on his sickly pale face. The Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron is a supreme, ranked, divine artifact. To obtain it, one must first refine its artifact spirit. It's impossible for him to do so in such a short period of time. After speaking, Qin Shi's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the Death Gate. What a good move to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Unfortunately, Qin Shi, will not fall for your trick. The Equal Heaven Pavilion disciples looked at each other in dismay, unable to help their suspicions. What if he forcibly took the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron and then took it away before refining it? Someone raised a question. Qin Shi raised his eyebrows as he indifferently smiled. If he forcibly took the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron, there would certainly be divine power leaking from his body, but there was none. These words immediately made the Equal Heaven Pavilion disciples understand. However, just as they were about to disregard the actions of others and enter the Death Gate, a particularly strong wave of power suddenly swept over from the sky. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they lifted their heads to look. Chu Hen, who was at the very front, had waves of extremely restless yin and yang energy surging within his body. The energy that emitted an endless aura of desolation was like a ferocious beast that could not be suppressed and was about to break out of his body. That is, the corners of Qin Shi's eyes faintly narrowed. Seeing the ancient aura constantly overflowing from Chu Hen's body, he suddenly changed his mind. Chapter 1292. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the center of the ancient city that exuded an endless aura of desolation, one figure after another rushed out from the bottom of the huge abyss like bats coming out of their caves. The darkness faded, and the bright world once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At that very moment, Chu Hen had already become the target of public criticism. He became the target that everyone chased after. At the same time, everyone also sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind. They subconsciously turned around, only to see a group of people from Even Heaven Pavilion rushing over at top speed. It's Qin Shi. They're pretty fast. It seems that the water is getting muddier. Don't panic, although Qin Shi is strong, they don't have many people. We still don't know who will emerge victorious. But seeing that Qin Shi had also come, everyone no longer doubted that the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron was with Chu Hen, although the other party was a top genius expert on the wind and cloud list. Those who could participate in the sacred war conscription were not ordinary people. Many people were quite courageous and did not easily get scared. Soon, everyone left the giant cave in the center of the city, like a meteor chasing the moon, all the way to the sky above the ancient city. Looking at the numerous menacing figures behind him, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Then he turned his body and looked at Wu Yan behind him. His tone was still cold as he shouted, "You troublemaker, you really only know how to drag others down." Wu Yan frowned and scolded in a deep voice. "Humph! You even abandoned your companions, and you still have the face to reprimand me? Huh!" Chu Hen sneered contemptuously. "Useless person. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Buzz. Finished speaking, a shockingly vigorous and boundless power exploded out from Chu Hen's body. His body emitted ice-cold, killing intent, and with a flip of his hand, a huge palm of true yuan that seemed to be solid descended from the sky. It was like the hand of a demonic god, pressing towards Wu Yan's head. "You? Wu Yen turned pale with fright. Her eyes widened in shock and anger. Bang! In the next moment, the earth-shattering power slammed into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan let out a blood-curdling scream as she was smashed to the ground by the unshakable power of the palm, together with a huge palm print that had sunk deep into the ground. Several buildings collapsed and collapsed. The others were shocked in their hearts when they saw the scene. This Chu guy is quite young, but his methods are extremely vicious. He's even able to deal such a heavy blow to his own sect. The Yin-Yang Genesis Chi Cauldron will only sully the name of a divine artifact if it falls into the hands of such a person. That's right. No matter what, he can forget about taking the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron away today. Although Chu Hen had the strength to kill Profound Yang Palace's Lu Minghong, the temptation of the Yin-Yang cauldron was far more attractive than the key fragment. Moreover, in everyone's opinion, Chu Hen was alone. A fierce tiger couldn't defeat a pack of wolves. In such a situation, no one was willing to give up easily. He's the only one left. This guy is really digging his own grave. In the Heaven Condensing Pavilion team, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing. Looks like I'll soon be able to take back my 4 hunting attribute spirits. Another Heaven Condensing Pavilion disciple echoed. We might even be able to earn 2 of them back. The waters are a little muddy. It won't be easy to deal with them. There are quite a few of them who aren't weak. With Senior Brother Shui here, won't the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron be in the bag? Confident smiles appeared on the faces of several individuals. Qin Shui's sickly pale face seemed to contain a deeper meaning. Swish! After finishing off Wu Yan with a single palm strike, Chu Hen left a trail of dark blue lightning behind him as he swiftly left the ancient city. Numerous young figures with piercingly cold auras chased after them relentlessly, giving rise to a vast and mighty aura that followed closely behind. Soon after, the noisy ancient city returned to silence. Just as the last wisp of aura disappeared into the distant sky, a figure with a face full of dust and dirt abruptly sprang out from the ruins of scattered bricks and stones. Phew! He breathed a deep sigh of relief as he gazed in the direction the group had left in with a deep gaze. It seems that I still want to face it alone. He had successfully deceived everyone with this self-directed play. Chu Hen's palm strike seemed extremely domineering and lethal, but in truth, it contained a soft and gentle force. The force that Wu Yan had suffered was not enough to seriously injure or kill her. In the previous short discussion, the 2 of them did not discuss this. This was also the decision that Chu Hen had made when he was still alive. His intention was very simple. He wanted Wu Yan to stay here with Long Xuanxuang to look after Yao. After all, no one could guarantee that no one would return. Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief again. Don't worry, leave this place to me. After muttering to himself, Wu Yan immediately turned around and entered the black hole abyss at the center of the ancient city. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a full-speed pursuit was being played out in a fiery battle. Chu Hen continued to move towards the depths of the Chaos Devil domain without stopping. One after another, he crossed over mountain ranges below him. Chu Hen maintained a relatively stable distance from the many pursuers. Have they all followed? Chu Hen asked in a low voice. Compared to the auras that I sensed before, they are all here. Mo Qingli, the sacred-winged heavenly flame bird, replied. A hint of relief emerged in Chu Hen's eyes. It seems that they have all been fooled. At least his efforts were not in vain. However, Yao's side was safe. Right now, Chu Hen alone had become the target of public criticism. What followed was likely to be a fierce battle. To be honest, Chu Hen was not worried about the others. The only one he was concerned about was Qin Shui of the Equal Heaven Pavilion, who gave him a much more dangerous feeling than Lu Minghong. Surname Chu. Leave behind the yin-yang origin energy cauldron, and I will spare your life." A thunderous roar rumbled from behind him. A burly, 2-meter-tall man, like a small giant, charged from behind, wielding a large broadaxe in both hands. As he roared, he raised both axes high and slashed down. 2 crescent-shaped axes streaked across the air like silver hooks, slashing towards Chu Hen in a crisscross manner. Feeling the powerful destructive power chasing behind him, Chu Hen dodged sideways like an eagle. The peerlessly powerful axes struck a steep mountain in front of him, the sharp edge directly slicing off both sides. "Mountain splitting axe, Ba Meng!" Someone behind him exclaimed. "Sacred light sword." At the same time, another figure with a sharp sword aura dragged a dazzling beam of light through the air. As he rapidly dashed forward, he stretched out his palm, and a dazzling, golden divine sword suddenly shot out. Sword Chi soared into the sky. As the sword was swung out, it immediately transformed into a river of sword light that resembled a dragon. The sword river swept up an endless amount of killing power and directly attacked towards Chu Hen. The heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and cloud surged. Someone behind the crowd exclaimed again. "Deadly swordsman Yang Ping." Amidst the exclamations, the sacred light sword river, which gathered endless killing intent, had already rushed in front of Chu Hen. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and thousands of lightning arcs flickered around his body. He stretched out his palm and clenched his 5 fingers. Roar! Along with the monstrous, ferocious, and domineering aura, a blue lightning dragon was formed between heaven and earth. Boom! The sword river, which exuded a shocking killing aura, clashed fiercely with the lightning dragon. A series of violent and chaotic energy shock waves intertwined in the air. The sword light and the lightning were like exploding sparks surging in the sky. On the other side, just as Chu Hen blocked the dense sword aura, black clouds followed in the sky above his head, and waves of air surged, whistling through the sky. A black mountain, which was hundreds of feet wide, descended from the sky, pressing down on Chu Hen. The black mountain emitted billowing black mist and killing intent, as if every inch of it was as hard as gold and iron. "It's Purgatory Peak Yu Kai!" "There's so many experts hidden here. This is really unexpected." Ba Meng, Yang Ping, and Yu Kai were all famous young geniuses in the Midland. Although they were not ranked on the ranking list, they were strong enough to make it. Even the geniuses of some top sects would not underestimate them. Rumble. Along with the rumbling sound of a thunderstorm, a dense black mist enveloped the sky above Chu Hen. Soon after, numerous mysterious spell symbols appeared on the Purgatory Peak. An unshakable sealing force trapped Chu Hen within. In an instant, the Black Mountain directly crushed Chu Hen with the power of Mount Tai. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain heavily landed on the ground, forcibly breaking a mountain ridge below it into 2. "Ha ha ha ha, let's see where you can run now." A loud and proud laughter came from the top of the Black Mountain. Dressed in black, Yu Kai's face was filled with an excited smile. "Humph, Yu Kai, this guy is mine." Ba Meng, who was holding a pair of axes and releasing a ferocious aura, shouted in a harsh voice. Swish! Yang Ping, who was holding a golden long sword and had a proud temperament, also stood in the air, staring coldly at the Black Mountain, which was emitting a killing intent. At the same time, the other geniuses also caught up. Looking at the crowd behind him, Yu Kai, who was on the Purgatory Peak, had a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 1293. Everyone, I'll give you the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron. I only want the other items on him. As he gazed at the figures giving off powerful auras, chilliness surged in Yu Kai's eyes from atop Purgatory Peak. Yu Kai clearly understood that it was impossible for him to withstand the combined attacks of so many people. At this juncture, he could only give up on a divine object like the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron. However, The axe-wielding Ba Meng merely let out an icy chuckle. "Ha ha, Yu Kai, you're quite the schemer. That Chu brat has already taken away all the treasures behind the Death Gate. With so many people here, how can a single yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron be enough to deal with us? To be honest, I'm more interested in the profound Slayer's divine lightning." Divine lightning. Upon hearing these words, a bright light flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Everyone knew that the divine lightning was a gorgeous blue. On the other hand, the lightning power released by Chu Hen was a bewitching purple. In particular, the destructive power of the purple lightning had stunned everyone gathered in the ancient city. On top of that, everyone thought that Chu Hen had already taken all the treasures behind the door of death for himself. In the eyes of the crowd, Chu Hen was akin to a moving treasure trove. Yu Kai's attempt to give up on the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron to obtain other items was naturally displeasing. "Humph! I captured him, and I don't want the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. What else do you want?" shouted Yu Kai in a stern voice, his tone filled with displeasure. Ba Meng was not afraid. His 2-meter-tall frame was akin to a small giant. "Ha! Trying to compete in volume? You can't compare to me. Without the few of us, how could you possibly capture him? My patience is very limited." Yu Kai's expression gradually darkened. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Eat my axe." Ba Meng leapt into the air, his axes raised high as a torrential and domineering aura rose. Roar! A ferocious and mighty giant, white tiger, suddenly appeared around him. The divine tiger strength, which could split the heavens and split the earth, gathered in Ba Meng's arms. Suddenly, the sky lost its color as wind and lightning moved together. There seemed to be dark electric arcs flickering around Ba Meng's body. The astonishing power caused the surrounding space to fluctuate rhythmically. Seeing this scene, the people behind him stopped in their tracks and stopped to watch. Yu Kai was not the slightest bit afraid when faced with the menacing Ba Meng. He leaped up from the black purgatory peak below him and condensed a single palm in the air. The true yuan within his body seemed to surge out like a surging wave. The mighty and majestic palm momentum whizzed toward Ba Meng. The momentum of the sky was like a storm, and tsunamis stacked up. "Humph!" Ba Meng sneered disdainfully. Then he swung his axe, which contained the power of thousands of thunderbolts. "Break!" Boom! A sky-severing axe light was like a rainbow that pierced through the heavens, directly splitting apart the vast and mighty palm energy. The spectacular scene was like a wave that had been split apart, with the middle being split into two. Ba Meng relied on the powerful axe light to chase up. The giant, white tiger phantom behind him let out a terrifying roar. The tyrannical and ferocious might was unstoppable. Yu Kai's eyes were filled with cold fury. "Ba Meng, I'll settle the score with you today." "Ha! I have the same intention." As his words fell, Ba Meng, who had rushed in front of Yu Kai, swung his heavy axe horizontally. Together with a crescent arc of light, the sharp edge of the axe headed straight for the other party's head. Yu Kai coldly smiled. As he twisted his body to the side, he flipped his hand and reached for the other party's wrist. Ba Meng looked sturdy and cumbersome, but in reality, there was a finesse in his roughness. He deliberately stretched out his hand to allow the other party to grab his right arm. Then, the heavy axe in his left hand directly chopped down toward Yu Kai's head. However, Yu Kai was no fool. He suddenly exerted force on the wrist that grabbed Ba Meng's right arm. The other party's sturdy right arm, which was like a dragon's arm, was actually forcibly dragged up by Yu Kai and blocked the position where the heavy axe was chopping down. Everyone was startled. This Yu Kai was really crafty and strange. When Ba Meng's axe came down, he would first have to chop off his own arm before it could hit Yu Kai, exchanging an arm for the other party's life. If it wasn't a life and death feud, no one would do such a thing. Whoosh! As the heavy axe chopped down, Ba Meng's expression also changed slightly. Wow! There was a slight tremor in the air. The sharp blade of the axe suddenly stopped at a place where it was almost a gap between Ba Meng's fingers. Yu Kai laughed strangely, pleased with himself. You can't bear to part with an arm, right? Ba Meng's eyes darkened. Scram! The power of the divine tiger erupted in anger. A white cyclone of steam surged out of his body. Ba Meng forcibly broke free from the other party's grasp. He swung his two axes, one on the left and one on the right, with the intention of chopping Yu Kai in half. Die! Humph! I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill me. Yu Kai quickly retreated. He pushed out a majestic force with both palms. When the two forces met, a wave of air immediately rose to the sky, along with the surging aftermath that swept in all directions. Both of them retreated. The deadly swordsman, Yang Ping, held his sword with one hand. He glanced at the black mountain below and calmed himself down. Then his eyes turned cold. He suddenly shouted, "Stop fighting! You've all been fooled." What? The two arrogant people couldn't help but be stunned. The others were also stunned. Before they could react, Yang Ping's figure flashed. He moved on his sword and chased after the few peaks in front of him. Yu Kai's eyes turned to the side. He immediately reached down with one hand. An invisible rhythm of space overlapped. The black mountain that was hundreds of meters wide floated on the ground and rose again. The rolling stones on both sides of the broken mountain kept sliding down. However, what was surprising was that there was nothing under the mountain. Chu Hen, who was originally sealed and suppressed under the mountain, was nowhere to be seen. A half-meter wide hole could be vaguely seen under the ground. Escaped? Yu Kai's pupils shrank. He was shocked and angry. Ha ha ha! Ba Meng sneered loudly. I thought this purgatory peak was very capable. The people under it didn't even know they had escaped. Ha! You! Ha! I don't want to play with you anymore. You no longer have the right to speak. After speaking, Ba Meng immediately chased after Yang Ping. The others followed closely behind, afraid that they would be left behind. Bastard! Yu Kai's knuckles cracked as he watched the duck that was already in his hands fly away. A wave of anger rushed to his heart. Humph! Let's see how far you can run. Swish, swish, swish. At this very moment, in the depths of an incomparably lush and dense forest, Chu Hen was rapidly flashing through the forest like a spirit. The sound of rushing wind continuously rang out behind him. The crowd was like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood, relentlessly chasing after him. You're not going to fight. Mo Qingli's slightly puzzled voice sounded from within Chu Hen's body. Almost. Oh, things that are too easily obtained will always arouse suspicion. The more I run, the more they will believe that I have the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. And the further I go, the more they will believe that there is nothing valuable left in the ancient city. Hee, you're making me look at you in a new light. It's all right. Then how long are you going to wait? What time? Chu Hen faintly nodded, a cold light flashing in his deep eyes. When I have nowhere else to go. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded in the forest in front of him as a thick and surging aura rushed towards him like a giant wave. A black mountain emitting an endless fiendish aura crushed a patch of trees, blocking in front of Chu Hen with an insurmountable momentum. Humph! Cunning thing, where do you think you're going? A figure emitting a fiery aura flew down from the top of the black mountain, flashing in front of Chu Hen. It was Yu Kai. At the same time, a series of sharp sword chi whizzed through the air. Dozens of towering trees were blasted to smithereens by beams of sword chi that resembled divine light. Sword chi roamed like a dragon as Yang Ping held his sword to the left. You want to leave just like that? I'm afraid you're looking down on us too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious white tiger suddenly rushed out from the right. Its violent power was like a nebula exploding, causing dust to fly everywhere. Ba Meng, who held 2 axes in his hands, approached menacingly. "Surnamed Chu, you have nowhere else to go. Hand over all the treasures in your possession, and I'll spare your life." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other geniuses and powerhouses from various sects chased after him. Numerous figures that emitted a cold and sharp aura immediately spread out in the forest, completely sealing off all of Chu Hen's escape routes. The air was filled with a cold and stern aura. The tense atmosphere was at daggers drawn, giving people the chaotic feeling that a cornered beast was about to fight. However, the cornered beast that was surrounded by everyone didn't have the slightest bit of fear. His cold eyes swept across the surrounding people as the corners of his mouth curled up. Why bother? I don't want to start a massacre. Massacre. The 2 cold words were like fine needles that pierced the ears, causing people's hearts to tremble faintly. However, they quickly regained their composure. "Ha! I was almost scared by you. I don't believe that you have the ability to defeat so many of us. Everyone attack together. Let's kill him first before slowly discussing how to split the treasures." "That's right, kill. Kill." In everyone's eyes, Chu Hen was like a small treasure vault. Not only did he have the Yin Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron and many other treasures hidden behind the Death Gate, he even had the mysterious killer divine lightning and other natural treasures. Greed surged in everyone's hearts as traces of blood-red light appeared in their eyes. One after another, figures rushed towards Chu Hen like sharp swords, fiercely attacking him from all sides. Ba Meng, Yang Ping, and Yu Kai, the 3 apex geniuses that had the strength to challenge the Wind and Cloud list, led the charge, attacking Chu Hen from 3 different directions. "You have nowhere to retreat. Why aren't you surrendering?" The deadly swordsman Yang Ping slashed out with his sword. Tens of thousands of phantoms converged on his sword as a flowing aura pulsed with astonishing power. The deadly divine sword headed straight for Chu Hen's throat. Ba Meng raised his axes high as the tiger silhouette behind him opened its mouth and roared. In the face of the deadly and powerful attacks, Chu Hen's pupils narrowed slightly as dazzling lightning flashed within his eyes. Ta! Chu Hen's palms came together as a terrifying aura comparable to a nebula explosion swept out from his body. Purple lightning, 1,000 lightning escape. Clang! Divine lightning interweaved, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning pierced through the heavens like divine punishment from the heavens. With Chu Hen at the center, they spread in all directions. The rapidly scurrying lightning displayed the power to destroy everything, like lightning dragons and lightning pythons. What was different from before was that, without exception, all of these strong lightning pillars were a demonic purple color. Boom! Thump! The purple lightning bolts struck down from different angles, rushing out in all directions. They were sharp and unstoppable. As they hit the crowd, a rain of sparks suddenly burst out. Several people could not resist and were pierced in the chest by the purple lightning bolts before exploding into smithereens. Yu Kai and Ba Meng were the first to be pushed back by the peerless purple lightning bolts. However, the deadly swordsman Yang Ping was on guard. The sharp sword in his hand shone with a string of dazzling talisman divine patterns. The body of the sword, which was already showing off its edge, once again solidified quite a bit. The sword aura covering it was abnormally lively. Boom! Yang Ping's sword directly cut through the purple lightning pillar in front of him. The broken lightning was like a dragon python that was cut into 2. Yang Ping's attack did not decrease, and the tip of his sword went straight for Chu Hen. "Sorry, I'll take your life." Thump! Before Yang Ping could finish his words, an incomparably violent repulsive force suddenly flowed through the sword into his arm. What? The airflow in the air suddenly became violent, and Yang Ping's expression changed. He saw a purple light shield blocking in front of Chu Hen. The light shield was wide at the top and sharp at the bottom, and its shape was like a large token. On the surface of the shield, a pair of strange eyes vaguely appeared, flickering. It was this light shield that was comparable to an iron wall, and Yang Ping's sword couldn't push forward even an inch. That's it. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to reveal a mocking smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple eye pattern on the shield released a bewitching soft light. Hum! The space trembled, and a cold purple flame appeared out of nowhere. It quickly covered the sword and rushed toward Yang Ping. Yang Ping was shocked, and in a hurry he quickly retreated, brandishing his sword to repel the purple flame. As Yang Ping retreated, a strong murderous aura came from both sides. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes swept back and forth, and a long spear and a sharp sword directly attacked his vitals. A piercingly cold aura surged up and down the two sharp weapons. Whether it was the power or the sharpness, it was obvious that they were stained with blood. Humph! Chu Hen sneered indifferently. He actually didn't care about the cold spear on his left, and took the initiative to turn to face the sharp sword. Whoosh! With a loud and clear sword cry, the dark green-blue sky sword appeared in Chu Hen's hand. It was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the person holding the sword attacking Chu Hen was startled. He only felt his arm tremble slightly, and the sharp sword that was stabbing toward Chu Hen had already deviated from its trajectory. Before he could react, a clear hiss sound rang out, and a string of blood rained down. An arm holding a long sword was immediately sent flying. This happened in an instant. That person's pupils shrank, and he didn't even feel the pain. At the same time, the cold spear had already reached the heart of Chu Hen's back. The face of the person holding the spear revealed a sinister and cruel smile. In his opinion, Chu Hen's action of turning his back to him was simply stupid and laughable. He die, idiot. Along with his voice, a sharp hiss sound rang out again. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh was clearly heard, and everyone's expression changed drastically. The moment that long spear touched Chu Hen's back, Chu Hen turned around and quietly slashed his sword across the sky like a stream of light that had flown through thousands of years. A crescent moon-shaped sword light swept across the sky. Chapter 1294. The piercingly cold killing intent was like a cold wind blowing through the forest. Frost rose everywhere, and dust filled the sky. The cold wind that emitted a cold killing intent stacked up in the Chonglin forest. The dazzling rainbow, like sword light, caused the world to lose its color. Under numerous gazes that were filled with shock, a round head immediately flew out. Everyone's faces faintly paled as they watched the fountain of blood spurt out like a fountain. Hiss! Another sharp sound of wind breaking entered everyone's eardrums. The pupils of the sword wielder, who had his arm cut off, sharply shrank. A dark green long sword flashing with purple lightning arcs directly pierced through his throat. Blood spurted out, and he couldn't even make a sound. As his eyes quickly glazed over, the other party's vitality quietly disappeared. In an instant he had killed several people. Chu Hen's thunderous means made people's hearts tremble. However, the arrow had already left the bow, and everyone's eyes were surging with an icy cold light. Figures releasing strong killing intent still pounced on Chu Hen. Kill! Looking at the surrounding pairs of ruthless eyes, Chu Hen's heart seemed to have a fierce, killing beast quietly awakened. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the arm holding the blue Rand sword glowed with a series of dazzling purple lightning. So don't blame me. OM. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful and ferocious murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body, and his deep pupils surged with traces of darkness. In the long forest, a cold wind suddenly blew. together with a majestic black tide that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Heaven and earth shook violently and restlessly. Swish, swish, swish! In the next moment, numerous material and strange black pillars of light shot down diagonally from the sky, and they were like numerous enormous spears that stabbed diagonally into the sky and revealed shocking might. Everyone quickly dodged, and a few people were hit by the black light beam. They all fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood, and couldn't get up. Looking at the light beams distributed in the forest, everyone couldn't help but narrow the corner of their eyes. But then a monstrous, baleful aura rose outside Chu-Hen's body. Myriad, feast of gluttony! There seemed to be a trembling roar of an awakened fiend god. The four souls, the power of hunting, suddenly erupted. Hell! The interior of all the light pillars suddenly showed a strange distortion, like a door that had been twisted open in the twisted space. In an instant, terrifying roars of demons rang out in the dense forest. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, ferocious and terrifying monsters emerged from the black pillars of light one after another. An ice-cold, evil aura invaded the earth. A gloomy and gloomy aura attacked, like a gray fog. A pair of hands with sharp claws and a sinister silhouette appeared. It was like a monster that had broken through the gates of hell and pounced on the human world. Meanwhile, Chu-Hen stood in the middle of the many pillars of light, like a wizard spirit that controlled the power of evil. Hee! A burst of strange laughter entered everyone's ears. Then, a black shadow rapidly flew out and pounced on the surrounding young geniuses. The shadow of death quickly enveloped them. Before the nearest young man could react, a ferocious face with sharp fangs appeared in front of him. Bang! With a heavy, muffled sound, the young man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and found a disc-sized bloody hole in his abdomen. His eyes widened in anger, and his face changed dramatically. In the next second, another black shadow pounced on him and bit his neck with its bloody mouth. Blood sprayed out like a beautiful rain of flowers. Amidst the hurried and terrified screams, the man struggled to calm down. This is Eagle Taoists, the power of hunting created by King Sunluo. This damn bastard. Anger and horror filled everyone's hearts. The evil and terrifying Eagle Taoists were like demons rushing out of the gates of hell. They were as fast as lightning, like hungry wolves and fierce tigers, pouncing on people and biting them. The cold and fierce wind filled the whole forest. Endless killing intent filled the air, as if they had fallen into the battlefield of a beast. The merciless group of Eagle Taoists started a cruel massacre in the most brutal and direct way. One by one, the geniuses were torn into pieces. Blood rained down, broken bones flew, and they died. What a vicious thing! Purgatory Peak's Yu Kai was both shocked and furious at the same time. Looking at the young figure that was emitting azure chi from all over his body, Yu Kai was both shocked and furious. His heart was also filled with greed. The various powers that Chu-Hen grasped all caused him to be incomparably envious. He was especially moved. Immediately, Yu Kai looked at heaven, splitting axe Bam Meng and life, seizing swordsman Yang Ping. Just now, the three of them were on the same level, but at this moment they had a sense of agreement. Roar! Bam Meng raised the power of the divine tiger, and the two axes in his hands surged with an extremely restless and powerful force. Accompanied by a layer of dazzling light, the broad axes turned into two huge axes that were 3 to 4 meters wide. The bright and luxurious light lingered on the two axes. The two divine axes, which were bigger than Ba Meng's body, were like two mysterious bright wings, showing an extraordinary momentum. Little bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson next. Ba Meng swung the huge axes horizontally, and a flowing light that was like a rippling moon directly smashed several Eagle Taoists that were pouncing on him. Then, like a fierce tiger roaring at the sky, he rolled up a monstrous momentum and pounced on Chu-Hen. Heaven, splitting divine might, Ba Meng's roar was like a clap of thunder. Two shocking axe shadows that were more than 100 zhang crossed each other and chopped at Chu Hen's head. The stunning axe radiance made all directions pale and tremble. Perish! The dazzling light rapidly engulfed Chu Hen in front of him, and the axe radiance, which was filled with the aura of death, fell in a crisscrossed manner. Rumble! In an instant, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and rocks flew into the sky. The solid ground exploded inch by inch like bean curd dregs. The luxuriant trees were smashed into pieces, and the shrubs, flowers were all crushed into nothingness. The wantonly splashing shock waves, which were comparable to the surging waves, swept out. It must be said that Ba Meng lived up to his name. The heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand was incomparably fierce. Chaotic air waves tore the forest apart, and in the blink of an eye, two intersecting giant ravines appeared on the ground. The length of the two ravines was more than 1,000 meters. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the location where Chu Hen was, but they found that he had disappeared without a trace. Just when everyone thought that Ba Meng had smashed his opponent into pieces with one move, a piercingly cold and powerful aura suddenly attacked from the sky. "He's up there!" Everyone's heart jumped. Ba Meng's expression changed greatly. He suddenly raised his head, and before he could react, a frivolous and indifferent sneer entered his ears. "No matter how strong your strength is, it's useless if you can't hit the target." Swoosh! The restless and violent aura was like a ferocious beast shrouding down. Ba Meng's pupils shrank sharply, and a ball of purple lightning energy with a diameter of more than 10 meters shot toward his opponent. A thick, destructive aura spread out. Boom! With a loud rumble, a huge lightning flower bloomed high up in the sky, stinging everyone's eyes. The purple lightning that continuously flowed about was like a huge 3D net that had split apart. A series of sparks flew on Ba Meng's body, and he shuddered. He was like a bull that had been struck down by a bolt of lightning. He crashed heavily on the ground, and as he coughed up blood, the divine axe in his hands flew away. Everyone's eyes were wide open in shock, and their hearts trembled. Also, at the same time, the fatal swordsman Yangping had already exploded with an incomparably powerful and sharp sword aura. Xiao! An aurora flashed, and the sword aura was like the wind. In the instant it attacked Chu Hen, it transformed into tens of thousands of sword images that were as dense as rain. Every sword shadow was so condensed that it seemed to have substance. The densely packed sword shadows moved rapidly, giving people the feeling that they were in the mouth of a grindstone. Once they were swallowed, they would definitely be ground to pieces. What a cold sword move! The surrounding people were all secretly shocked. He really deserves to be called Deadly Swordsman. In an instant, the airflow between heaven and earth was like a rotating vortex, and it pressed down on Chu Hen from all directions. Tens of thousands of sword shadows attacked. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he held the blue sky, sword in his hand, diagonally. He did not move, nor did he dodge, and he faced the attack head-on. Looking at Chu Hen, who did not dodge, Yang Ping's expression changed slightly. He calmed down, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Arrogant, sword devouring life. Whoosh! The vibrating sound of a series of swift and fierce sword chi startled everyone. The dense sword chi shone brilliantly. Wherever it went, it devoured and minced everything. Once the leaves and gravel in the air touched the stirring sword chi, they instantly turned into wisps of smoke and dust. At this moment, Chu Hen's body also released an extremely strong and terrifying sword momentum. His figure suddenly accelerated, and he instantly turned into more than a dozen white humanoid sword chi. One sword flying immortal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the clear sound of airwaves being cut, the humanoid sword chi launched attacks from different angles. Like ghosts shuttling through the sword rain, the two amazing sword momentum continued to fiercely collide with each other. Bang! Boom! Sword light shot out in all directions, filling the sky. The heavy explosion sounded like interweaving lightning. When the last humanoid sword chi arrived in front of Yangping, the dense sword rain released by it was directly split in the middle. The shocking sword momentum was as steady as a mountain, and it was as fierce as a rainbow. The chaotic sword rain was like an exploding storm, sweeping in all directions. The last humanoid sword chi turned into Chu Hen's body under Yangping's panicked gaze. He brandished his sword, and lightning arcs flickered. Yangping panicked and faced it with his sword. Bang! The tips of the two swords collided, and a condensed force shook the air. Yangping felt his arm go numb, and the blood in his body surged rapidly. His internal organs trembled and rolled. With the help of this powerful counterforce, Yangping retreated like a gliding swallow. Without waiting for Chu Hen to pursue, Yu Kai had already soared into the sky with a fiendish aura. Sorry to keep you waiting. Rumble. Wind and thunder rolled, and dark clouds pressed down. A black mountain surged with a dense fiendish aura, and it flew toward Chu Hen again. Compared to before, the Purgatory Peak showed its divine might this time, and the dark aura it emitted was like a rolling black wave, like a magnificent army. The terrifying destructive aura was comparable to the incoming stars and meteorites. In front of the huge black mountain, Chu Hen was as small as an ant. However, there was still no panic in those deep and calm eyes. Buzz, a dense and domineering black light, surged out of Chu Hen's body, and waves of ancient runes flickered in the black light. A desolate and simple aura quietly spread out. Chu Hen raised his right fist and punched towards the black mountain peak that was flying towards him. As the space suddenly trembled, an incomparably solid black fist pillar burst out. It swept up the might of the heavens and solidly collided with the majestic mountain peak. Bang! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. The rising waves of power were like a river that broke through a dam, rolling in all directions. The current scene, in everyone's eyes, was extremely incongruous. Under the black mountain, Chu Hen, who was so small, everyone knew that Yu Kai's Purgatory Peak was not a weak artifact. Later on, after he refined it and strengthened it with over 10,000 demonic beasts and human souls, it finally became the current lethal weapon. Not only did it have a strong destructive power, but it also had a shocking sealing power. No matter how strong Chu Hen was, it was impossible for him to resist the Purgatory Peak. Was it arrogance, or perhaps ignorance? Yu Kai's face revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, the other party's smile froze. Chapter 1295. Crack! Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the cracks appearing on the black mountain peak. Especially Yu Kai. His eyes widened as his expression changed drastically. How can this be? Bang! An incomparably heavy and earth-shattering explosion resounded. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a black fist pillar actually penetrated through the entire mountain peak. The torrential wind pillar was like a divine ray of light that had broken through a 10,000-year-old dam. The rapidly splitting cracks were like a spider web that rapidly spread across the surface of Purgatory Peak. The monstrous fiendish aura rapidly receded, while the evil fiendish chi that seemed to cover the sky also rapidly dissipated. Boom! The meteorite-like black mountain instantly lost all of its momentum and slammed into the ground, shattering rocks and sinking deep into the ground. It had been reduced to an ordinary mountain. Yu Kai was both shocked and furious. He tried his best to control the mountain to rise again, but found that he had already lost his connection with Purgatory Peak. Yu Kai stared in disbelief at the young figure, standing in the air with an indifferent expression on his face. The power of a single punch could destroy even a divine artifact. Who exactly was this person? When did such a ruthless person appear in the martial ancestor? In the blink of an eye, Ba Meng, Yang Ping, Yu Kai, and the others had all been defeated. At this sight, several people began to consider retreating. This kid is too strong. There's no hope of obtaining the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. Let's retreat. Yes, let's go. Screech. Just as several people were about to leave, a strange and sharp cry suddenly sounded from the forest behind them. Immediately after, a bone-chilling undercurrent of wind assaulted them, along with a chilling, fiendish blood aura. A dark red-winged bird charged out from the forest. It was a winged bird, and it was especially strange. Its body was illusory and ethereal, and its claws, wings, and torso were all bones, while its head was similar to a human skull. It gave people the feeling that it was a demon that came from the dark hell. It was even stranger than the eagle Tautai summoned by killing the 4 spirits. That is, everyone was shocked and bewildered. His voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when the bone bird that was coiled with a strange red blood mist actually charged swiftly towards a young genius, and that young genius was caught off guard. Wham! The bone bird was like a ray of light that charged into the young genius's body. A circle of scarlet light rippled out. That person's entire body trembled as he raised his head. All the tendons and blood vessels in his body bulged like a horned dragon, and even his eyes were suffused with a thick, blood-red light. Roar! A deep roar came from the other party's throat, and under everyone's shocked gazes, that person's torso actually began to slowly expand. The clothes on his body began to tear, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a 3-meter-tall, small giant. Streaks of strange and complicated blood patterns appeared on the man's body. At the same time, a majestic and ferocious aura that was several times stronger than his own erupted, giving people the feeling that he had transformed into a ferocious beast. This is deadly, soared Caesar Yongping, Purgatory PQ Kai, and the others all widened their eyes, nervously scanning the deep forest around them. Swoosh! In the next instant, a hot blood mist suddenly rose from the forest where everyone was. The dense blood mist filled the forest like a giant cauldron, shrouding everyone within it. Countless ancient runes quietly bloomed on the ground, like cracks in the underground magma, and a steady stream of blood mist rose from the runes on the ground. The 9 heavens were dark and devoid of light. A dark blood cloud covered the sky above everyone's head. A thick, evil aura flowed in the air, and everyone's blood seemed to have become extremely agitated to the point of being abnormally angry. I can't be wrong! Yang Ping clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said in a stern voice, "Blood shaman, curse! Blood shaman, curse!" Along with his voice, earth-shattering screeches came from the depths of the forest from all directions. Screech! Jia! The crowd of scarlet skeleton-winged birds were like countless souls of the dead, whistling toward everyone. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they tried to dodge. But these undead winged birds were everywhere, and there was nowhere to dodge. Buzz! The undead winged birds directly invaded the bodies of many geniuses, and every expert who was invaded felt as if their souls were being occupied. Their whole body erupted with an intense, murderous rage, and their eyes turned blood-red. Their bodies changed, and they lost their minds. A furious roar came from Ba Meng's mouth. Ba Meng, who was seriously injured by Chu Hen, was attacked by 2 undead winged birds. When the undead winged birds entered his body, Ba Meng struggled on the ground like an enraged bull. As the veins in his body bulged, Ba Meng hammered the ground with his arms, and a monstrous killing intent erupted from him. He was even more furious than the others. Get out of my way! Yu Kai continuously sent out many powerful palm strikes to push back the undead winged birds beside him. But after losing the Purgatory Peak, his strength was obviously greatly reduced. He didn't resist for long, and several blood-red wings rushed into his body. The roars of ferocious beasts resounded inside and outside the forest. Everyone's eyes glowed with a demonic scarlet color. The deadly swordsman Yang Ping constantly released powerful sword energy to break out of the encirclement, but the blood mist pervaded the air and affected his state of mind. Screech! An undead winged bird took advantage of this momentary opening, and it turned into a ray of flowing light and entered the space between his eyebrows. Buzz! Yang Ping's body trembled, and his eyes were wide open. Strange blood traces extended from the corner of his eyes to his temples. The other undead winged birds seized the opportunity and rushed toward Yang Ping. The latter's eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous aura continuously erupted. Anger, regret, and a deep unwillingness turned into a final roar. Qin Shui! The earth-shattering roar echoed in the giant, steam-like forest. Humanity quickly dissipated. Bloodthirsty killing intent kept awakening. Pairs of blood-red eyes turned to Chu Hen at the same time, and each of them was like a ferocious beast. There was no fear in their expressions, only indifference. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He moved his palm, and the purple lightning on the blue Rand's sword immediately became brighter. Heaven-condensing pavilions, Qin Shui. After waiting for so long, he finally made his move. Don't be too careless. The blood witchcraft curse is a forbidden, evil technique. Those who are controlled will become killing machines without any sense of pain, and their combat power will increase by several times. Mo Qing Li's voice rang in Chu Hen's ears. Hua! Before he finished speaking, a fierce and sturdy figure rushed over first. Chu Hen's eyelids lifted, and he raised his sword. A gorgeous sword arc dragged the light of lightning as it welcomed his opponent. Pong! The light of the sword scattered in all directions, and a wound rapidly opened up on that person's chest. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. His opponent, who should have been killed in one strike, was actually only pushed back tens of meters, and did not fall down, not waiting for Chu Hen to finish off his attack. A series of rapid and sharp wind breaking sounds came from the surroundings. The cold sword light was like a rainbow. Chu Hen's body flashed, and the hundreds of feet of sword light swept past him, leaving a wide ravine on the ground. At this moment, Yang Ping's hair was disheveled, and he had a crazy aura. Even though his mind was controlled, his sword was still extremely sharp, and his blood-red eyes were like a demon's. The powerful attacks that followed caused Chu Hen to fall into a passive state. Previously, everyone had ulterior motives, and many of them held back. Now, everyone did not hold back, and they were even unafraid of death. A series of powerful attacks interweaved, and Chu Hen dodged repeatedly, trying to find a breakthrough point. Rumble! The rumbling thunder shook the sky, and the air shook the sky. Two giant axes released their divine power, and they chopped down on Chu Hen's head with the power to split the sky. Die! An icy cold and hard voice roared out from Ba Meng's throat. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes as he gazed at the black shadow that was swiftly approaching him, and he who'd been dodging earlier suddenly struck out with his sword. Hiss! The Jiran sword that flickered with dazzling violet lightning expanded rapidly, and it instantly transformed into a large sword of light that was over 3 meters long, and arcs of lightning coiled around it. The might of the sword was like a dragon, and it was swift like lightning. Bang! A heavy and oppressive bang resounded out as the Jiran sword that was like a divine light tore through the airflow, and it penetrated Ba Meng's chest with the might of a thunderbolt. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, and the air was like a whirlpool. The fierce sword light charged out from Ba Meng's back, and it was dazzling to the point it was slightly dazzling. To anyone, this sword strike would surely kill them. However, Ba Meng, who suffered such a heavy blow, actually didn't even frown, and the twin axes in his hands didn't stop in the slightest as they continued to chop down. Chu Hen's pupils constricted faintly. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out his sword and retreated. Although Chu Hen's reaction speed had already reached the limit, the powerful axe light released by the twin axes in Ba Meng's hands still lightly streaked past Chu Hen's body. Bang! Like a sandbag that was struck flying, Chu Hen heavily smashed into the previously destroyed wall of the Purgatory Peak. Two intersecting bloody marks quickly appeared on his chest, and it slowly dyed his clothes red. Although Mo Qingli had already warned him, Chu Hen still didn't expect that the blood shaman curse would actually be so abnormal. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Even his opponent's internal organs were minced, and he still didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without giving Chu Hen any chance to catch his breath, everyone once again pounced over like monsters. The murderous aura in the forest became increasingly dense, and the airflow became increasingly rapid. Let me do it. Mo Qing Li's tone seemed to contain a trace of a sigh. However, Chu Hen stood up unhurriedly, and his deep eyes were suffused with a resolute coldness. Chapter 1296. Screech. Kiki. The originally dark and lush forest was now shrouded in a bloody mist, making it look like a huge, blood-colored steamer. An overwhelming number of red, skeleton-winged birds flew around, as if they were sentries from hell. Blood shaman curse. Qin Shui, who had been hiding in the dark for a long time, finally chose to make his move. Like a schemer who had set up a shocking chess game, he quietly completed the secret technique and directly controlled everyone in the palm of his hand, as expected of someone more dangerous than Lu Minghong. The forest was filled with murderous aura, setting off waves of piercingly cold air currents. The increasingly rapid airflow caused the entire forest to be filled with an unprecedented sense of danger. Let me do it. Mo Qing sighed softly. No need. Chu Hen, who stood up unhurriedly, indifferently rejected the other party's suggestion. He looked at the fierce figures that were emitting monstrous, murderous aura, and with a flip of his left hand, a strange pill that was flickering with red light actually fell into his palm. Supreme blood explosion pill. Mo Qing Li was slightly surprised. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the group of ferocious demons launched an all-out attack on Chu Hen, each of them emitting a violent aura that was several times stronger than before. The group of people who had lost their rationality were completely turned into killing machines. More than 10 shocking auras rapidly approached, wanting to crush Chu Hen into pieces. Chu Hen's eyes were incomparably calm, without a trace of panic in them. In an instant, bang! An earth-shattering loud sound suddenly exploded in the sky. A surging wave of energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas was comparable to the instantaneous explosion of a dam. The powerful energy wave swept out in all directions like a powerful whirlpool. The space was about to split, the earth was shattered, and the surrounding forest was completely swept away, flattened, and cut in half. Bang, bang, bang! One after another, strong and powerful figures were sent flying, like a herd of beasts being blown away by a storm, scattered on the ground. There were also a few people whose internal organs and bones were shattered on the spot, struggling and twisting on the ground with difficulty. Rumble. At the center of the encirclement, Chu Hen was surrounded by an extraordinarily domineering, blood-colored steam. The color of this blood-colored steam was even more solid than the blood mist that pervaded the world. The violent aura caused the surrounding space to fluctuate rhythmically. Chu Hen's eyes were suffused with traces of scarlet light, and the veins and blood vessels on his body were also faintly bulging. The blood vapor that continuously mixed and surged was like a divine flame. At this moment, Chu Hen seemed to have transformed into a ferocious demon and raging beast. Hee. A devilish smile appeared on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. He felt that every inch of his tendons, veins, and flesh was filled with an extremely violent and monstrous power. The true inner force in his body was like boiling water, tumbling noisily. The power that was constantly overflowing was like an uncontrollable, prehistoric beast. His cold eyes glanced at the people around him. He raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. It's about to start, everyone. Whoosh! As his voice fell, a wave of air trembled in the air. Accompanied by the blood-colored steam that soared into the sky, Chu Hen took the lead and rushed to the person closest to him. He threw a punch, and the true inner force that lingered around his fist and arm immediately transformed into the shadow of a ferocious and raging thunder and lightning dragon. Bang! That person did not have the slightest ability to resist. When the punch landed, his sturdy and mighty body was immediately torn into pieces. The people who were being controlled were not the slightest bit surprised by this. Once again, they exploded with shocking power and attacked Chu Hen from all directions. However, after consuming the supreme sacred explosive blood pill, all the power in Chu Hen's body was instantly strengthened by more than 10 times. His originally incomparably powerful physical strength was once again stimulated to the potential within him. At this moment, every punch and kick had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Even the many genius experts who had transformed into ferocious monsters could not withstand Chu Hen's explosive attacks. Bang! In a head-on confrontation, Chu Hen and one of them threw a punch at each other. As soon as their fists collided, dense blood steam soared into the sky behind them, and a force comparable to a mountain torrent surged out. That person's entire arm instantly exploded into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions, and an ear-piercing howl of rage could be heard. Kill! A low and deep roar came from the left, and Ba Meng, who had a bloody hole in his chest, still attacked fiercely towards Chu Hen. The 2 axes in his hands suddenly chopped down, and the swift and fierce axe light drew a bright crescent arc in midair. Chu Hen's gaze slightly focused, and the blue sky sword in his right hand rose up and flicked up. The graceful sword momentum caused the heavens and the earth to darken, and a violet lightning pillar slashed out horizontally, and it was breathtaking like a glimpse of starlight. Hiss! A pillar of blood splattered as the sword light streaked across his throat, and a hideous head flew out. Then Chu Hen leaped up, somersaulted in the air, and slashed down with a sharp sword. Chi, that headless sturdy body, was once again split into two halves. Blood mixed with broken internal organs splashed out wantonly. The pervasive smell of blood began to baptize the jungle. If the people controlled by the blood shaman curse were ferocious demons that obeyed orders to kill, then at this moment Chu Hen was more like the king of ferocious demons. Myriad extreme cold storm, whoosh! The ice-cold airflow that could freeze the heavens and the earth swept out in all directions, and a thick layer of ice quickly covered the ground, enveloping the jungle and trees. Yang Ping, Yu Kai, and the other human-type experts who were controlled immediately slowed down. The endless invasion of the ice-cold power immediately turned this place into Chu Hen's home ground. The situation, which was already unstoppable to begin with, had now turned into a one-sided massacre. The forest was bathed in blood. One after another, enraged and powerful figures died under Chu Hen's sword. Broken limbs flew all over the sky, and bloody snowflakes bloomed in the void, and then immediately solidified into red ice crystals. Holy explosive blood pill? This guy? In the dark of the jungle, the group of people from Heaven Gathering Pavilion all revealed expressions of shock. In the middle of the encirclement, a sickly pale figure was sitting in the center of a strange glyph formation. The glyph formation's patterns were complicated and strange, and it had a dark red luster like dried blood. Senior Brother Qin, why don't you use the blood shaman curse to directly control that surnamed Chu? Li Yanqing asked in a low voice. Logically speaking, now that more than half of the jungle had fallen into Qin Shui's control, it was the easiest to directly control Chu Hen. Sitting in the glyph formation, Qin Shui slowly opened his eyes, and a faint trace of surprise surged between his brows. This person seems to have an extremely strange power on his body, but the blood shaman curse can't get close to him. What? Everyone was shocked. The blood shaman curse can't get close to him? Why is that so? Li Yanqing was even more shocked. Qin Shui narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a deep meaning, "The aura of that power seems to be even more evil than the blood shaman curse." After saying that, Qin Shui's eyes turned cold. Chapter 1297. Hiss! His aura soared into the sky, and his momentum shook the 9 heavens. Shrouded in the violent blood-colored steam, Chu Hen was like a cruel and merciless god of death. The blood rage qi that erupted from his body was like a surging red waterfall. Every inch of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was filled with a terrifying power that could split the heavens and split the earth. Bang! With one punch, the opponent's limbs exploded. With one kick, the opponent's internal organs were shattered. If the people controlled by the blood witchcraft curse were violent and ferocious beasts, then Chu Hen was more like a ferocious demon king that controlled their lives and deaths. The blood-colored steam swept in all directions, and wherever it went, a cyclone was like a flood. Holding the blue sky sword, Chu Hen's every move was fatal, and every strike was bloody. As if he was cutting melons and vegetables, he killed the tyrannical and ferocious figures on the spot. Severed limbs flew in the air. The permeating blood soaked the ground and slowly seeped into the soft soil. Qi. The heaven and earth darkened. The sword aura that pierced through the sky was like a divine blade that instantly cut a powerful and sturdy figure into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen or so young geniuses left from the initial group of nearly 100. The deadly swordsman Yangping and the purgatory peaks, Yu Kai, stared coldly at Chu Hen like wild beasts. Deep roars came from their throats. Chu Hen, who had traces of lightning lingering around his body, also appeared completely indifferent. His cold and fierce eyes suddenly turned cold, and he suddenly looked into the dark forest in front of him. "You want to exhaust me to death? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The invisible aura of a king crushed out and surged into the forest. Buzz. In the next moment, a similarly shocking and majestic aura surged from the front. Screech! Screech! Accompanied by the surging waves of air, all the winged birds and evil creatures hovering above the forest let out sharp and excited cries. Bang! Bang! The heavy sounds that sounded like giant beasts stepping on the ground spread from far to near. The forest collapsed and the earth cracked. A pair of blood-red eyes the size of millstones gradually appeared in the darkness. In an instant, a giant creature that was 50 to 60 meters tall walked over. A strong, evil aura rushed toward him. The blood mist between heaven and earth churned violently. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. What entered his eyes was actually a thing that looked like a human, but was not a human. Its huge and sturdy body was covered with a heavy armor. Under a huge helmet, a faint and indistinct dark blue mist was surging. Other than a pair of blood-red eyes, no other facial features could be seen on the misty head. It gave people the feeling that there was only a ball of netherworld ghost fire under the helmet. Its body exuded an undead aura that made one's heart palpitate. Woo! The undead giant let out a strange howl. Following that, the skeleton-winged birds that were flying in the sky seemed to have received a summon. They swooped down from the sky like a swarm of bats. Pouncing on the undead giant, countless skeleton-winged birds transformed into shadow wings and entered the undead giant's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the illusory head under the helmet suddenly rose up like a blue ghost fire. Its already huge body rapidly grew, becoming 100 meters tall. A thick blood mist spread out and surged, and blood-red cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, many of the young experts that were being controlled covered their heads with their hands, letting out miserable howls. Each of them trembled violently, and traces of blood mist flowed out of their bodies. Subsequently, the overflowing streams of blood surged towards the undead giant. Like souls being forcibly extracted, the flesh and blood of those people rapidly shriveled up. Woo! Woo! Life-taking swordsman Yang Ping and purgatory Peak Yu Kai let out shrill screams. The aura and power that they emitted were rapidly being plundered. Their limbs were as thin as sticks, and their eyes and cheeks were deeply sunken. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to hideous, miserable, and terrifying corpses. And the undead giant's figure once again broke through the top of the forest, turning into 100 meters tall, evil spirit. Dark, cold, blue ghost fire burned around its feet, standing in front of Chu-Hen. It was like an unshakable giant. Looking at the unrecognizable, lifeless bodies of Yanping and the others, even Chu-Hen was secretly shocked. What a vicious sorcery! This is the main body created by the blood shaman curse, Mo Qingli explained in a low voice. Any living being that is being controlled will have all their power forcibly taken away. I'm afraid you have to be careful. Be careful. As soon as these 3 words fell, the undead giant clenched its fist. Along with the trembling space, a thick bloody light surged from all directions, condensing into a giant blood-colored axe in its palm. A domineering aura comparable to that of a hellish war soul soared into the sky. With a wave of the huge axe, the earth split and mountains collapsed. Gullies split open and a boundless, blood-colored pillar of light chopped down, furiously exploding towards Chu-Hen's location. Chu-Hen's pupils rapidly shrank. A rushing force surged forth like a surging stream, followed by a bang. Sound of a heavy explosion reverberated in midair. The peerless, blood-colored beam of light slammed into a purple shield of light. The space around it trembled uneasily, and the mighty shock wave directly spread out from the left and right sides of the shield, surging towards the back. Chu-Hen's figure flashed, and he flew into a better position. Looking at the incomparably violent, chaotic energy below, Chu-Hen's eyes surged with coldness. At this time, the blood vapor surrounding Chu-Hen's body gradually thinned, and the effects of the supreme sacred blood explosion pill were slowly decreasing. The blood explosion pill is weakening. You have to hurry up and end the battle, Mo Qingli reminded. However, the corners of Chu-Hen's mouth rose, and he replied without the slightest panic. What's there to be afraid of? Oh, don't tell me you want to. Asterisk come. Asterisk before he finished speaking, a demonic purple splendor suddenly erupted from Chu-Hen's eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a pair of purple wings of light immediately rushed out from the blood-colored airflow below. The wings of light were like a gliding shuttle, and they leapt into the sky from afar. The pattern on the shield shone brilliantly, like a divine ray of light from beyond the heavens. Chu-Hen reached out with one hand and grasped the shield of light from afar. Asterisk come, asterisk accompanied by a strong pulsation of energy. The shield drew a stunning arc in the air, and then rapidly accelerated, slashing down towards the undead giant below. Then a sharp sound filled the air. 6 black dots appeared in the depths of Chu-Hen's eyes, and a formless and powerful aura spread in all directions. In an instant, the moving punishment shield transformed into dozens of purple shields of light that were exactly the same as the first one. The dozens of shields were arranged in an orderly manner into a huge triangle, with their sharp tips lined up in front, like a shadow blade eagle piercing through the sky, dragging out a vortex that could tear the heavens and split the earth. 6-star demon eyes, blade of punishment. Chu-Hen's throat moved slightly, displaying the extraordinary aura of a king. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the undead giant below was covered in blue flames, and its blood aura was monstrous. It raised its giant axe high and welcomed the attack. The power was shocking, and the punishment could destroy the heavens. When the 2 exceedingly powerful and terrifying energies came into contact, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The forest was swept away and everything collapsed. The thick blood mist and blue flames were like a torrent that had been split apart, and they were directly split apart from the middle. The triangular shadow wings, formed by dozens of shields of punishment, dragged along a destructive aura, shattering the giant axe, and then heavily smashed into the body of the undead giant unstoppable endless sharpness. The 5-star Demon Eyes punishment armor was used as a shield. After the 6-star Demon Eyes was upgraded to a blade, the endless power of the blade rushed into the forest, and the extremely sharp triangular blade cut into the chest of the undead giant like a heavenly shuttle that could split the heavens and the earth. The thick armor shattered and exploded, and the huge body was split into 2. The entire forest shook and trembled violently. Waves of turbulent airflow made ear-piercing, whistling sounds. With a loud bang, the blood and chi went berserk and wantonly filled the air. That gigantic creature then exploded into a bloody mist and red light that filled the sky. The main body of the Blood Shaman curse was instantly killed. The power of the 6-star Demon Eyes is so terrifying, Mo Qingli murmured softly. At the same time, on the other side of the dark forest, Qin Shui, who was sitting in the center of the blood rune formation, suddenly trembled violently, and then with a loud bang he was suddenly sent flying, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Li Yanqing and the others were shocked. Senior Qin, what happened? How could this be? Before the crowd could react, a wild current surged from the forest behind them, and the trees were destroyed and the soil and vegetation were swept away. An indifferent voice then came into everyone's ears. Sorry, everyone, I found you. Everyone's hearts trembled. Chapter 1298. I'm sorry, everyone. I've found you. The frivolous and indifferent voice was like a sharp sword piercing the heart, instantly causing the expressions of the people from even Firmament Pavilion to change drastically. Qin Shui, who had crashed into the ground, continuously spat out blood. His already pale face was filled with disbelief. Hua, along with the surging and vigorous waves, the invisible pressure was like a mountain pressing down. Everyone only saw a purple light flash before their eyes, and a slender figure that was swaying with a bewitching purple flame appeared in front of them like a fiend god. The sharp and fierce aura was like a sword tablet with an aura that shocked the heavens, emitting a breathtaking aura. A cold and stern aura wantonly filled the air like a cold current. Li Yanqing and the other disciples of even Firmament Pavilion felt their bodies freeze on the spot. Looking at the face filled with a demonic aura, none of them could summon the slightest will to fight. All of them could smell the scent of death. You! Qin Shui shakily crawled up from the ground. The destruction of the main body of the Blood Shaman curse had directly caused him to suffer heavy injuries. He had never imagined that Chu Hen would be able to perform such a great reversal in a situation where he held so many advantages. In order to keep Chu Hen here, he did not hesitate to use the lives of Yang Ping, Yu Kai, and many other geniuses to complete the Blood Shaman curse. He did not expect that he would still lose. How is it? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing the indifferent playfulness in Chu Hen's eyes, Qin Shui's heart suddenly hardened. He gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Kill!" But just as he finished speaking, a trace of gorgeous purple lightning flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. In an instant, tens of violent arcs of lightning exploded from his palms and arms. Crack! A powerful flower of lightning bloomed in his palm. Chu Hen's 5 fingers loosened, and a shadow blade of lightning rapidly tore through the air, attacking Qin Shui. The latter's pupils shrank to a point, as if he had touched the shadow of the god of death. That bolt of lightning was like a blade of death, dragging traces of arcs of light behind it as it cut into Qin Shui's body. With a hiss, Qin Shui was split into 2 along with a spray of blood and broken internal organs. A rain of blood danced in the air, and the air was filled with a chilling aura that made people shudder. In just one day, after Lu Minghong, another top genius on the honor list had lost his life to Chu Hen. Boom! At this moment, Li Yanqing and the rest of the Qi Shao Pavilion disciples felt as if a bolt of lightning had exploded above their heads. Their bodies turned cold and their scalps went numb. He died in an instant, not even having the chance to let out a scream. Qin Shui's fate made everyone tremble in fear. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with unprecedented fear in their eyes. especially the 10-feathered demon blade, Li Yancheng. At this moment, he realized how foolish and laughable his idea of taking back the four soul spirits was. Bang! The people of Qi Shao Pavilion involuntarily bent their knees and knelt on the ground. Qin Shui's death scared them out of their wits. They accepted their fate. All of them abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Looking at the frightened crowd, Chu Hen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You don't even have the right to make me attack. Swoosh! There was a slight sound in the air. Li Yancheng and the rest felt their hearts tremble. They raised their heads and looked around, not knowing what to do, only to find that the other party had already disappeared. He didn't kill us. Everyone looked at each other. Their expressions were one of surprise, some of relief, but most of it was the fear that had yet to fade. Swoosh! The sky gradually darkened. In the vast and quiet forest, Chu Hen flashed through the forest like a spirit. There was still a faint blood vapor that had not yet faded around his body, making him look like a mist-like robe. Why did you let those small fries go? Mo Qingli asked. Given Chu Hen's personality, he did not like to be lenient towards his enemies. Chu Hen frowned slightly as he replied in a low voice, If I killed them all, no one would know that the yin-yang origin energy cauldron is in my hands. Mo Qingli was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Chu Hen intended to carry this pot to the end. As long as everyone knew that the yin-yang origin energy cauldron was in Chu Hen's hands, Yi Yao's side would be relatively safe. This was the main reason why he had let Li Yancheng and the rest go. Buzz! Suddenly, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly burst out from Chu Hen's body. The blood vapor that should have dissipated actually once again leaked out. It was as if scarlet flames were stacked on top of each other and rose into the sky. This is... Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. He felt the true Yuan energy in his body boil like boiling water. Berserk energy surged recklessly and continuously flowed out of his body. The after effects of the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pill. Mo Qingli replied, There's still after effects? Of course, the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pill is a top-tier saint grade pill. Given your ancient, eternal stage cultivation, it is already difficult for you to completely digest its power. You'd better find a place to refine it. Otherwise, the after effects of the explosive blood pill might damage your meridians. I know. Chu Hen nodded his head. Then, with a movement of his body, he changed his direction and headed deeper into the forest. Moments later, Chu Hen found a rather wide tree hole in the forest. The tree hole was surrounded by lush bushes. It was likely the nest of some kind of demonic beast. Chu Hen did not care in the slightest and directly flew into the hole. At this time, the chaotic energy in his body had become increasingly violent, like an uncontrollable undercurrent in the deep sea that was about to break through a dam and spill thousands of miles away. Chu Hen felt the blood flow and meridians in his body faintly swell. There seemed to be a majestic vortex of energy in his dantian. The vortex was connected to his purple palace, constantly alternating between old and new true yuan. Help me keep an eye on the surroundings. He did not have much time to set up a defensive talisman array, so he could only give Mo Qingli some simple instructions. Soon after, Chu Hen sat upright on the ground and closed his eyes. He slightly calmed himself down and closed his eyes to cultivate. The vigorous energy produced by the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pill was like a rolling torrent, constantly spreading and rising in Chu Hen's body. The overflowing blood vapor gathered around Chu Hen, forming strands and strands of blood, mist flowing shadows. As time passed, Chu Hen's neck, cheeks, and arms were actually faintly discernible red lines that intersected with each other. In the gloomy environment, the red lines appeared rather demonic. Time passed slowly and quietly. The forest was shrouded in darkness. Not a single ray of light could be seen. Specks of fireflies could be seen in the bushes, and the disorderly chirping of insects instead showed the deep silence. Inside the purple palace of True Yuan, the purple palace of True Yuan, which had formed a small world, was now filled with an earth-shattering blood mist. The blood mist flowed between the mountains and rivers, sank into the mountains, and rose into the sky. Even the river of True Yuan, which had gathered endless majestic energy, was emitting waves of dense, soft light. Above the river of True Yuan, the purple palace Saint Soul, which looked exactly like Chu Hen, was also sitting in the air with its eyes closed. The blood vapor between heaven and earth was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, pouring into the Saint Soul from all directions. Every strand contained an extremely shocking amount of spiritual energy. Chu Hen's body and the Saint Soul were connected, so it accepted and fused with the rich spiritual energy produced by the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pill. Unknowingly, 3 days quietly passed. In these 3 days, Chu Hen was constantly refining and absorbing the supreme, sacred, explosive blood pill. Compared to the blood vapor from before, the purple palace of True Yuan was now as clear and bright as before. Above the river of True Yuan, the illusory and ethereal Saint Soul was absorbing the last few strands of blood vapor. The blood vapor that gathered between heaven and earth was like a pair of red wings of light, converging and fusing with Chu Hen's Saint Soul. It had the power of all rivers flowing into the sea. It was neither fast nor slow, and it was steady. When the last strand of blood vapor fused with it, the Saint Soul suddenly opened its eyes. Its bright eyes had the same proud look as Chu Hen's. Buzz! In an instant, an extremely powerful and transcendent aura erupted. In the purple palace of True Yuan, the mountains trembled, and huge waves surged into the sky. Above the sky, the stars moved and the clouds surged. At the same time, Chu Hen's body, who was in the forest, also opened his eyes. Accompanied by a transcendent and majestic aura, a circle of invisible power surged out. The air wave that swept in all directions was earth-shattering, and the trees, vegetation, and the thick soil on the ground cracked and exploded. The space trembled and the airflow surged. The powerful aura broke through the boundary of the 7th level of the ancient realm and directly reached the 8th level. Chapter 1299. Boom! The uncontrollable violent aura set off a huge wave in the deep and lush forest. It was like a tsunami that surged in all directions. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed. The ground cracked and expanded rapidly. Trees and vegetation were all flattened and crushed. Within the purple mansion of True Essence, rich spiritual energy filled the sky, making Chu Hen's purple mansion of True Essence look like a paradise. The chaotic hazy area at the edge of the purple mansion of True Essence opened up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into mountains and rivers and stars. The surging True Essence River was as wide as the sea. The purple mansion Saint Soul hovering in the sky was swaying and shining with a holy golden light. The purple mansion soul's eyes were half open. The corners of its eyes were cold like arrows. Its deep and serene eyes seemed to contain the power of thousands of stars. Buzz, the golden radiance that lingered around his body grew stronger and stronger, and the radiance that bloomed was like a sun. There seemed to be a strange rhythm between heaven and earth. The universe seemed to rotate and the space trembled. As the light grew stronger, the illusory Saint Soul became more and more ethereal. Rise! Chu Hen's deep and low voice came out from the Saint Spirit's mouth. Wang. The space trembled and the mountains cracked. 10,000 rays of divine light sprinkled in the sky. When the Saint Spirit was immersed in the divine light, it actually showed signs of disintegration. Specks of light separated from the Saint Spirit, like sand dancing in the air. But in the next moment, the scattered specks of light gathered back together. The chaotic aura gradually calmed down. The divine light that enveloped the Saint's soul also gradually dissipated. A soft sigh came from the Saint Soul and Chu Hen's mouth at the same time. Then, Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint trace of disappointment in his eyes. "I'm still a little lacking," he muttered to himself. Mo Qingli said, "A supreme blood explosion pill allowed you to reach the 9th stage of the eternal realm. Are you still not satisfied?" Chu Hen smiled and rubbed his nose. "It's just a little regretful." Just now, Chu Hen had vaguely touched the threshold of a higher level, but the moment he grasped it, the obvious lack of momentum caused him to lose this opportunity. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be a fly in the ointment. "You've already surpassed my expectations to be able to sense the opportunity to break through to the Saint King stage at this time. Is this considered encouragement?" "Forget it. Thank you." A smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Soon after, he stood up and scanned his surroundings. Compared to before, the environment had already undergone a tremendous change. The original tree hole and shrubs were gone. A thick layer of soil was scraped off the surface. He could feel the surging power in his body. It was many times stronger than a level 7 Eternal Realm cultivator. If he were to face the situation that day in his current state, Chu Hen had absolute confidence that he wouldn't need to borrow the power of any kind of pill. "I wonder how little Yao is doing now?" Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and was about to return to the ancient city. Right at this moment, the sound of rushing wind could be heard coming from their direction. Sensing that familiar aura, Chu Hen could not help but raise his brows. "Senior brother Wu Yan." As soon as the voice came out, a stream of light descended diagonally from the sky, then flashed and landed on the ground more than 10 meters away. When the newcomer saw Chu Hen, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. Why are you here?" "Where are they?" Chu Hen quickly asked. "Don't worry. They're fine." Wu Yan walked towards Chu Hen as she replied. "The process of refining the yin-yang origin energy cauldron is much more difficult than expected. But junior sister Yao has already found a way, and the situation has stabilized. Junior sister Long has been worried and asked me to look for you. Of course, in the past 3 days, I've been guarding the entrance of the Death Gate. During this period, no one came. It seems that everyone is convinced that the treasures are with you." Chu Hen nodded and felt slightly relieved. "Let's go back." Wu Yan nodded. Creak! At this moment, a slight sound of stones being touched came from not far away. The two looked to the side and saw a small, gecko-like beast lying between the stones. The small beast was about the length of a finger, and its aura was so still that it was almost impossible to sense. A pair of round eyes stared at Chu Hen and Wu Yan. "It's senior brother Wang Li's messenger beast." Wu Yan raised her eyelids and exchanged a glance with Chu Hen before she hurriedly walked forward. Wu Yan squatted down in front of the small gecko and extended her left hand towards it. "I've carried out a mission with senior brother Wang Li before, and it has absorbed my true yuan. It can also sense my location through the aura of my true yuan," Wu Yan explained to Chu Hen, who was walking behind her. At the same time, the small gecko slowly raised its head, its slightly bulging belly wriggling up and down, like a snake spitting out its food. It spat out a small paper scroll into Wu Yan's hand. Chu Hen was slightly astonished. He then looked at Wu Yan. The latter gently unrolled the scroll, and 2 lines of clear words appeared in front of the 2 people's eyes. "A key has appeared on the Wind Slasher platform. Quickly come and help." Both of them were startled. Although there were only a dozen or so words, one could clearly see the urgency in them. Wu Yan frowned and cast an inquisitive gaze towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen asked, "How long will it take for little Yao to arrive?" "It's hard to say, but it will take at least 3 days." Wu Yan replied. Evidently, Wang Li and Qiu Xingyi could not wait that long. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Hen immediately made a decision. "Let's go to senior brother Qiu first." The current situation did not put too much pressure on Yi Yao's side. As long as everyone believed that the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron was with them, the ancient city would be in a peaceful state. Even if someone accidentally broke into the ancient city, there was a high chance that they would not enter the bottom. After all, from the outside, it looked like a place that had already been plundered, and there would not be anything useful left. Even if someone was lucky enough to go down, given Long Xuanchuang's ability, she should be able to protect herself. After all, behind the Death Gate was the world within the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron, which contained the yin-yang genesis energy that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. With the uniqueness of the sacred ice body, Long Xuanchuang had the geographical advantage. As for Yi Yao, there was no need to mention that her sacred ice body was completely unrestricted in the world within the cauldron. Wu Yan also nodded solemnly. She turned towards the small gecko and asked, "Where is the wind slasher platform?" Swoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, the gecko immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 meters away. So fast! Chu Hen was secretly alarmed. Chapter 1300. The cold wind whistled, and the stone rampart was like a fortress. This was a strange place where numerous stone ramparts were piled up. The stone ramparts that were 100 meters tall were like huge bamboo shoots that had drilled out of the ground. At first glance, they looked like sharp blades that were sticking out of the ground. The surrounding area was filled with jagged rocks of strange shapes and was surrounded by a green forest. A majestic and ancient Tao platform stood towering at the center of the stone ramparts. The two ends of the Tao platform were long, extending from the east to the west. From afar, it looked like a giant saber with the power to cut through the air. The wind slasher platform is right in front. Looks like we're not late. Wu Yan said to Chu Hen in a slightly relaxed tone as she looked at the ancient high platform that exuded a sharp aura and the ant-like crowd gathered on the platform. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of deepness between his brows. Although the situation on the wind slasher platform could be considered peaceful, there was a trace of restlessness in the air. When they flew closer, they saw Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Pei Yi, Qi Qianying, and the others leading the martial sect. Its senior brother Wu Yan and junior brother Chu Hen, the eyes of the martial sect disciples lit up when they saw the two young figures with extraordinary auras. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and Qi Qianying also looked at him in surprise. At the same time, the other people gathered around the wind slasher platform also cast astonished gazes over one after another. However, after a short moment of astonishment, their gazes were filled with contempt and disdain. "Hey, another two passers-by. Don't be too careless. From what I know, that person is this year's strongest rookie king of the martial organization. I heard that he even won the championship of the sect battle. Hee, martial ancestors champion? Was it that amazing? At most, he would only be slightly stronger than Wang Li, Pei Yi, and the others. In the entire martial sect, other than Qiu Xingyi, who has some ability, the others are completely unworthy of his attention." Obviously, the arrival of Chu Hen and Wu Yan did not cause much of a commotion. Under most people's frivolous gazes, the two of them landed in the middle of the martial arts sect's group. Senior brother Qiu, senior brother Wang Li. Wu Yan took the initiative to greet them. "You're here." Qiu Xingyi stepped forward and gave Chu Hen a meaningful look. According to Wang Li, Chu Hen had gone alone to pursue Lu Qian and the others from the Imperial Sword School. Now that Chu Hen had returned unscathed, it meant that the people from the Imperial Sword sect were most likely dead. Where are senior sister Xuanchuang and little Yao? Zhao Qingkai and Zhao Qingyi, who were following behind Qiu Xingyi, asked with puzzled expressions. Chu Hen exchanged a glance with Wu Yan before replying. "We'll talk about this later. What's the situation now?" The few of them were startled. Wang Li slightly raised her head and pointed at the central region of the wind slasher platform. On the central stone platform in the middle, there were 4 ancient stone blocks that were 7 to 8 meters tall, standing in 4 directions. Each stone block was engraved with complicated runes. The runes faintly overflowed with a strange soft light, giving people an aura that made them unapproachable. And in the middle of the stone blocks, there was a stone platform that was more than 1 meter tall. The stone platform was in the shape of a hexagram and was surrounded by a golden arc. The golden arc was like a seal. Through the golden arc, there was a square-shaped crystal core on the stone platform in the middle. The square-shaped crystal core was about the size of a fist. The edges of the crystal core were embedded with a bright metal frame, and the interior was shining with a luxurious holy light. It was undoubtedly the secret key. Everyone looked at the key with a burning desire in their eyes. Chu Hen nodded his head. No wonder it was so urgent. It was a complete secret key, and not a fragment. We've been waiting here for 2 days. The seal on the secret key is about to be removed. I'm afraid a fierce battle is unavoidable, Wang Li whispered into Chu Hen's ear. Chu Hen nodded his head to indicate that he was listening. Wu Yan looked around and stared at one spot. Is that the team from the Hanyan sect? Hanyan sect? Chu Hen subconsciously looked over. At that place, the figures of young people with extraordinary auras were rather eye-catching. The formless sharpness of their auras created quite a bit of pressure on the other people sitting there. However, the acquaintances he met in Wanzhong City, Su Lingzhu and Zhang Shu, were not here. His gaze roughly swept over. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar figure quietly entered Chu Hen's peripheral vision. It was Li Yuanliang. Seeing this person, Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and a faint light flashed in his eyes. The last soul of 4 souls is here. Those ruthless people from the Hanyan sect are not here. It seems that we have the upper hand this time, Wu Yan said in a relaxed manner. However, Wang Li shook her head. I don't think so. Oh, they are too calm. Wang Li's voice was low, and there was a trace of doubt in her words. The people from the Hanyan sect are too calm. They might have a backup plan. Wu Yan immediately stopped being relaxed and showed a serious face. Facing any top-grade force in the Midland, one should never be careless. Wait, who is that? Wu Yan suddenly paused, slightly clenched her fists, and asked with uncertainty, People from the Star River City. Yes, Wang Li confirmed. Star River City? Following the direction pointed by the two, Chu Hen moved his attention away from the Hanyan sect. On a separate stage on the east side of the wind/stage, 20 to 30 young people gathered. Compared to the invisible sharpness of the Hanyan sect's team, the aura released from these people was much calmer and more restrained. They are indeed low-key. Wu Yan shook her head and said, The Star River City has always been like this. They are especially low-key. That person is Lu Yinxian, Wu Yan murmured. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. From the simple conversation between the two, Chu Hen could more or less tell that although this force named Star River City was low-key, it had a sense of existence that could not be ignored. The leader was wearing a long black robe. On the chest of the robe, there was a pattern of star dots. That person was quietly sitting in front of the team. His aura was faint, and his eyes were as calm as the water in an ancient well without any ripples. Lu Yinxian, the genius, ranked 50th on the list, Wu Yan said in a low voice. The last one. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. This person was actually ranked at the bottom of the list. Even so, Chu Hen was 100% sure that this genius from the Star River City was definitely much more powerful than Lu Minhong, who was ranked 49th, and Qin Shui, who was ranked 48th. Even Qiu Xingyi, who was ranked 46th, might not be able to defeat him. Hiding his strength. This was the first impression that Lu Yinxian gave to Chu Hen. At the same time, Lu Yinxian quietly turned his eyes, subconsciously glancing at Chu Hen. Their eyes met in the air, and there seemed to be a faint air wave rising in the air. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Yinchuan's eyes. Chu Hen lightly sniffed his nose. Shortly after, he turned his face away without much expression on his face. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange spatial rhythm suddenly spread out from the inside of the wind slasher platform. A layer of soft, flame-like light surged on the surface of the platform where the secret key was placed. The surrounding stone blocks were also dazzling, and eye-catching. Everyone's heart could not help but tremble, and their eyes revealed expressions of shock. The restriction is about to be broken. Get ready to move. Swish, swish, swish. Along with the sound of the voice, a few figures who could not bear it anymore rushed to the center of the wind slasher platform without waiting for the restriction to be broken. As if it was a chain reaction, the others also could not bear it anymore. The instant before everyone rushed to the center of the platform, the 4 stone blocks directly shone brightly. Thousands of luxurious rays of light flowed like an ancient talisman array. Buzz! A square-shaped barrier suddenly appeared around the high platform, blocking everyone's footsteps. Humph! Forcefully break the restriction. Someone shouted in a stern voice. It should have been like this long ago. We have waited for too long. In an instant, waves of incomparably violent and ferocious power hit the light curtain one after another. Waves of ripples surged and shook. The successive violent impacts quickly caused the barrier to show a severe depression, and there were fine and narrow cracks that slowly spread. Senior Chiu, everyone from the martial sect turned their questioning gazes to Chiu Xingyi. Chiu Xingyi's gaze swept across the Galaxy City and the Hanyan sect, who had yet to make a move. His sword-like eyebrows raised slightly, but he was rather calm and composed. Bang! A heavy, loud sound reverberated between the heavens and the earth. One of the light barrier was like a large mirror that had been smashed, shattering into pieces. Light and shadow fragments filled the sky, wantonly exploding. Everyone was like a school of fish in a flood. They rushed to the high platform at the fastest speed, rushing toward the 6-pointed stone platform that was surrounded by the 4 stone blocks. An anxious atmosphere broke out. Restless emotions were vented at once. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the platform, on the secret key that was shrouded by a golden arc of light. Crash! Suddenly, just as the crowd was less than 10 meters away from the 6-pointed stone platform, a majestic wave suddenly rushed toward them. The huge wave was violent, like a mountain torrent. The crowd who had just rushed to the high platform was swept away in the next second. One by one, they retreated pathetically, unable to stand steadily. Swoosh! Then an extraordinary young figure suddenly appeared in the air above the platform. Between his sharp eyebrows, there was a hint of arrogance and dominance. Below the platform, everyone's eyes were filled with a biting cold light, each of them holding a sharp weapon in their hands. Chiu Xingyi, are you trying to make all of us your enemy? Don't think that just because the martial sect has more people, you can monopolize the secret key. Facing the angry crowd below the platform, Chiu Xingyi stood in the air, a domineering aura leaking out of him. Today, the martial sect must obtain the secret key. If everyone wants to fight for it, then I, Chiu, will risk my life to accompany you. Hua! A powerful aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone's heart to tremble. A powerful aura, like a mountain, spread out from Chiu Xingyi's body. Everyone's expression changed. There was a faint sense of fear in his heart. After all, Chiu Xingyi was ranked 46th on the leaderboard. His aura immediately suppressed the crowd. The martial sect disciples were surprised, and at the same time, they were filled with admiration for Chiu Xingyi. Senior brother Chiu is indeed domineering. Looks like we can successfully obtain the secret key today. Looking at Chiu Xingyi, who was standing on the stage, Chu Hen quietly nodded his head. Chiu Xingyi's cultivation was much stronger than he had imagined. His courage and boldness caused others to feel admiration in their hearts. Rumble! At this moment, a powerful wave of air suddenly swept across the sky above the wind-slaying platform. The color of the sky changed, and a mocking voice filled with mockery spread across the sky. Chapter 1301. I'm sorry, but this key is mine. In the sky above the wind slasher platform, a powerful wave of air swept out in all directions. The clouds surged, and the blue dome of heaven trembled slightly, together with a vast aura that was like a mountain pressing down. Dozens of figures with powerful auras immediately appeared above everyone's heads. Whoosh! The invisible pressure caused everyone's heart to tremble. The geniuses and experts of the martial faction, Hanyan sect, Galaxy City, and the other sects all squinted their eyes and revealed cautious expressions. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the #1 disciple of the martial sect. The playful laughter was filled with ridicule, and the person who spoke was a young man with an arrogant attitude. His arrogant and wild appearance was like an eagle that had charged out of the mountain stream, and he was extremely arrogant. He looked down at Qiu Xingyi, who was standing on the high platform in the center, and raised his eyebrows. "Long time no see. How have you been? How have you been?" Hearing these words, everyone from the martial sect was slightly startled. He knew Qiu Xingyi. Qiu Xingyi's gaze turned sharp when he saw the other party. Then, another figure with a steady aura walked out from behind the arrogant man. This was a figure that emitted an extremely dangerous aura. His deep eyes contained a frivolous smile that made people feel uneasy. Looks like we really don't hit it off. After so many years, we meet again. Qiu Xingyi. The moment this person called out the other party's name, Qiu Xingyi's sharp eyes suddenly flashed with a blade-like coldness. It was as if they had met again after so many years. The sharpness that had been hidden for a long time came out again. Qiu Xingyi gradually clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. His throat moved up and down, and he spat out a few words in a sonorous voice. Yang Zongxiao, whoosh! Hearing these 3 words, the entire audience immediately burst into an uproar and restlessness. Everyone looked at that person with fear in their eyes. Lu Yinxian from Galaxy City lifted his eyes slightly, and he was surprised. It's Yang Zongxiao from the 5 Elements Divine Clan. Hiss! Someone gasped. Yang Zongxiao, an existence ranked 41st on the Wind Cloud list. Now that I've seen him, he truly lives up to his reputation. Even the members of the 5 Elements Sacred Clan have come. Looks like we won't be getting our hands on the key today. Saint Race, he was the ruler at the top of the pyramid. They possessed the purest and most ancient inheritance power. Compared to the various bloodline boundaries of sects and influences, the Saint Race's bloodline boundaries were extremely orthodox. They controlled a supreme strength that ordinary people could not touch. They were the true dominators of a region. Even some sects and forces that had been around for tens of thousands of years would find it difficult to compete with them. Sensing the shock and fear in the surrounding atmosphere, Chu Hen thought to himself. As for the Saint clans, the first ones he came into contact with were the Light Saint clans that had chased him all the way from the Eastern Victory State to the tomb of the Immortal and Devil. Because Tuoba Shah had given him the Qi Tian token, the Light Saint race had started to pursue him relentlessly in the Eastern continent. Although they had clashed several times along the way, Chu Hen still had no understanding of the Light Sacred Clan. 41 ST on the Wind Cloud list, Yang Zongxiao. His ranking was higher than Qiu Xingyi's. If Qiu Xingyi's attack had a deterrent effect, then Yang Zongxiao's appearance had overwhelmed everyone present with his aura alone. Wind Cloud list, Saint Clan. When these 2 titles were combined, anyone would have to weigh their own weight first. He, Yang Zongxiao, smiled calmly. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qiu Xingyi. Then you can leave now. His calm voice carried a tone that did not allow for rejection. Qiu Xingyi's gaze turned cold. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Humph! The arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. An exiled person who has been chased out of the Saint clan shouldn't kneel and greet the ancestral clan. Wow! The moment he said that, everyone present was shocked. Especially the disciples of the martial sect, they were all stunned. Ancestral clan? Senior Brother Chiu is from the Five Elements clan? Indeed, Senior Brother Chiu's bloodline boundary is the sacred body of 5 elements. What's going on? What about him in the past? Most of the martial sect disciples were shocked. Even Chu Hen's face was filled with confusion. Wu Yan, Wang Li, Pei Yi, and a few others weren't particularly surprised by this. Senior Brother Chiu used to be from the 5 Elements clan. Wu Yan explained in a low voice when she saw Chu Hen's confused look. However, he was chased out of the Saint clan, so he joined our martial sect. Why? Chu Hen frowned slightly. It's said that Senior Brother Chiu's father offended a high-ranking member of the ancestral clan. In the end, Senior Brother Chiu was implicated, causing him to be exiled from the 5 Elements clan, although he was not sure what had happened in the past. Judging from Chiu Xingyi's expression, he must have suffered great humiliation. His slightly red eyes were surging with unconcealable hatred. A cold wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. Traces of frost floated in the air. Yang Zongxiao's gaze twitched, a hint of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Chiu Xingyi slowly loosened his fists, then raised 2 fingers on his right hand and said word by word, "The humiliation of the past, I will return it tenfold." The originally anxious atmosphere instantly turned hostile. All the martial sect disciples trembled, each of them wanting to draw their swords. Ha ha ha. The arrogant young man laughed scornfully. In the Holy War, a large number of people can't do much. Fine. I was just worrying about not being able to find someone on the honor list to challenge. Today, I will kick you off and replace you with me, Yang Zongyun. With that, the young man's eyes spewed out scorching golden flames, and an extremely powerful bloodline power exploded in the air above the wind slasher platform. The scorching aura was like a ring of flames hanging high in the air, causing everyone to feel a sharp prickling pain on their skin. What terrifying power! Everyone was secretly shocked and could not help but worry for Chiu Xingyi's fate. However, facing the overbearing and arrogant man, Chiu Xingyi's face was full of disdain. It's better to let the person behind you make a move. Just you alone, I really don't think you're worthy, the arrogant man called. Yang Zongyun's gaze instantly turned cold. Humph, see how I'll give you 2 slaps. Buzz. As the sound of his voice faded, powerful energy undulations immediately gathered above everyone's heads. Yang Zongyun raised a single palm, and following a vortex storm that stirred the sky, an incomparably, piercingly cold sword pillar directly descended from the sky. The huge golden sword was covered in luxurious patterns, causing the space to tremble uneasily. The killing aura caused the world to lose its color. The battle had begun. Facing the heaven-piercing sword that was like divine punishment, the corner of Chiu Xingyi's eyes turned cold, and a circle of white water quietly appeared around his body. Bang! With a heavy sound, the huge golden sword heavily struck Chiu Xingyi's position. The violent, destructive power spread out, and the platform below Chiu Xingyi was instantly covered in cracks. The hexagonal stone platform where the secret key was placed emitted a powerful light barrier. Bang! In that instant, a huge ball of water rapidly exploded under the huge golden sword. Immediately after, a dozen or so thin pillars of water scattered in all directions and rose diagonally into the sky, charging towards Yang Zongyun. What an old-fashioned move! Yang Zongyun's eyes were full of disdain. Shortly after, his hands rapidly formed a seal, and his square mouth opened, spewing out rolling flames. Whoosh! The pillar of fire spewed out from his mouth rapidly grew in size during the attack. The flames were like a soaring dragon and dancing phoenix, and as the water and fire met, they instantly turned into white mist. Hiss! The wantonly rising mist was like a huge mushroom cloud, and within the white mist, a blurry figure was faintly discernible. Yang Zongyun coldly smiled, and once again extended his palm forward. Whoosh! Light sounds stacked up, and countless flowing lights shot out from his palm. As they moved, the beautiful flowing lights turned into sharp spears. The rain of spears and arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth attacked the figure within the white mist. The mist pierced through, and the figure was torn to pieces. But in the next instant, another thin pillar of water shot out from below. The speed of this pillar of water was incomparably fast, and it looked like a stream. Whoosh! The water pillar directly pierced through the scorching flames and white mist, directly attacking Yang Zongyun. The latter was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. Heavy rock shield. A dense brown light covered Yang Zongyun's arms, and a 2 to 3 meter thick, 7 to 8 meter wide thick rock wall shockingly condensed in front of Yang Zongyun. Bang! The rapid and piercingly cold water pillar directly hit the rock wall, and in almost an instant, the shockingly thick rock wall was actually forcefully pierced through by the water pillar. What? Everyone present was greatly astonished. What a terrifying impact! As expected of senior brother Chiu, even Chu Hen was slightly shocked. The destructive power of a mere water pillar was completely not inferior to the power of a sword, spear, sword, or halberd. Qiu Xingyi was indeed worthy of being the monster that occupied the first place of the martial ancestor sect's heavenly martial list. Crack! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, that thin and long water pillar was like an upturned wave breaking water blade. Like cutting through tofu, it incomparably neatly split the rock wall into two halves behind Yang Zongyun. Yang Zongyun's expression clearly changed. But before he could react, a young figure with an extraordinary bearing suddenly appeared in front of him. Humph, it's been so many years, but you haven't improved at all. Chapter 1302. Humph, it's been so many years, but you haven't improved at all. A cold and indifferent laugh came from Qiu Xingyi's mouth. The instant the thick rock wall was split open, he immediately flashed in front of Yang Zongyun. A powerful and fierce palm force rapidly surged in his palm, like a powerful wave of light that moved wantonly. Without any hesitation, Qiu Xingyi's majestic palm force surged downwards. The space trembled, and the blinding wave of light completely enveloped Yang Zongyun. The latter's expression changed. He did not expect Qiu Xingyi's strength to be so strong. Gritting his teeth, an astonishing true yuan surged out of Yang Zongyun's body like a mountain torrent. Between his arms, a dazzling golden light rose like the sunset. Don't get cocky too early. I'm going to teach you a lesson, very evidently. Yang Zongyun wanted to take Qiu Xingyi's attack head-on. Seeing his opponent like this, the corners of Qiu Xingyi's mouth curved imperceptibly. However, just at this moment, a layer of brown light suddenly rippled in the air. Crack! Like the rubbing sound of mud and stone, another thick rock wall suddenly rose in the air, blocking between Qiu Xingyi and Yang Zongyun. Without any expectations, Qiu Xingyi's palm solidly slammed into the rock wall. Bang! A dull and heavy sound, mixed with a brown light, wave rippled towards the surroundings. The entire stone wall suddenly shook violently, and tiny cracks appeared on it, but even so, the rock wall did not show any signs of exploding. The hearts of the people below were shocked, and they unconsciously swept their gazes towards the calm, young figure behind Yang Zongyun. Crack! Immediately after, the rock wall in front of Qiu Xingyi's palm rapidly rose up with earth spikes. Like sharp spikes emerging from the earth, they quickly became sharp and slender, and attacked Qiu Xingyi in the opposite direction. Qiu Xingyi's expression changed slightly. The cold light in his eyes was fleeting, and an even more powerful and violent palm force surged out of his body. A dense scarlet light surged out, accompanied by an extremely hot aura. Bang! With an explosive sound, the wall with earth spikes once again exploded in the air. The surging hot air spread out like a tide, like an exploding fireball, once again attacking Yang Zongyun. Qiu Xingyi's expression changed again and again. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic aura whistled through the air. Bang! A loud and heavy sound reverberated through the air. The dazzling light was like the collision of stars. A violent storm poured down, and Qiu Xingyi's body was directly shaken and sent flying backwards. Duh. He then landed on the roof of a pavilion on the north side of the Wind Slasher platform. His handsome face was suffused with a thick chill. Senior, Brother Qiu, the disciples of the martial sect were all shocked. They all drew their swords and flashed to Qiu Xingyi's surroundings. In Star River City, the disciples of the Han sect and the other sects couldn't help but squint their eyes. In front of Yang Zongyun, there was a calm figure with an extraordinary bearing. Not a bad idea, but it's a pity it's still a bit lacking. Yang Zongxiao's expression carried traces of mockery as he looked at Qiu Xingyi's dark face with a pondering attitude. However, I need to remind you that if you think you can stop me by taking down Zongyun, you're too naive. Yang Zongxiao's arrogant gaze directly ignored the people of the martial sect, his words filled with disdain. 5 years ago, you couldn't even take 10 of my moves. 5 years later, you, who have been personally chased out of the sacred clan by me, what right do you have to stand in front of me and raise your head? Every word was like a needle, causing people's hearts to tremble. All of the martial sect disciples looked at Qiu Xingyi with incomparably complicated expressions. There was shock, disbelief, and also a trace of pity. No wonder the usually easygoing and calm Qiu Xingyi would lose his composure like this. So there was an unknown grudge between him and Yang Zongxiao. Looking at Qiu Xingyi, whose aura was cold, Yang Zongyun, who was beside Yang Zongxiao, was full of arrogance and mockery. What's the point? Previously I gave you some face, but you didn't want it. Now you're asking for it. Considering that you used to be a member of the Five Elements clan. Take the motley crew behind you and scram. Hearing this, the people of the martial sect were instantly enraged. Bastard, who are you calling a motley crew? Humph. So what if it's the sacred clan? At most, we'll fight it out with you. Fight it out. Immediately, the disciples of the martial sect wanted to join forces and break out into a group battle with the people of the Five Elements clan. All of you stand down. However, Qiu Xingyi stopped the people below with a stern shout. Wang Li Wuyan, Qi Qianying, and the others' gazes slightly narrowed, their expression solemn. Chu Hen's gaze was also slightly raised, and there was a hint of deeper meaning in it. Qiu Xingyi raised his head, his tone revealing the sharpness and determination of a sword. This is a grudge between me and him. Martial sect disciples, without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move. Qiu Xingyi glanced sideways and shouted in a low voice. Everyone's expression changed immediately. At this moment, Qiu Xingyi's body was emitting a hostility that they had never seen before. Just as he said, this was a grudge between him and the Five Elements clan. Since it was a private matter, it was not up to others to interfere. Yang Zongxiao raised his eyebrow in surprise. Interesting. Qiu Xingyi's battle intent that kept rising was released from his body. It was as though there was a ball of fire burning in his eyes. Yang Zongxiao, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Boom! A monstrous, majestic flame burst out from Qiu Xingyi's body. 2 light cyan water pillars soared into the sky like 2 water dragons. The pavilion on his body was instantly covered with cracks, and then it shattered into pieces. Sensing the hatred and anger from Qiu Xingyi's body, the corner of Yang Zongxiao's lips curled up slightly. He raised his finger and teased, I'm really looking forward to seeing how much you've grown in these 5 years. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, a circle of rippling light appeared where Qiu Xingyi was standing. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Zongxiao. As you wish. Vortex extreme blade, the heavens and earth shook, and the space trembled. A vortex that could stir the heavens and earth immediately enveloped the area where Yang Zongxiao and Yang Zongyun were. The vortex's rotation speed was extremely fast. The layers of vortexes were like rows of blades. Yang Zongxiao and Qiu Xingyun, who were in the center of the vortex, were like the center of a meat grinder. Yang Zongyun's brows were tightly furrowed, and he seemed a little anxious. On the other hand, Yang Zongxiao's face was as calm as the water in an ancient well. I still like to use the power of water. Just as the vortex was about to devour the last bit of space, Yang Zongxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He then raised his palm, and a golden sword ray exploded from his palm. The golden broadsword, like a divine ray that could split the sky, swept up a piercingly cold, killing intent, and solidly struck one side of the vortex. Bang! A heavy sound spread out, like a giant curtain being torn apart. A several-meter-wide hole was immediately blasted open on one side of the vortex. "You go out first," Yang Zongxiao said indifferently. Yang Zongyun nodded. Without any hesitation, he directly turned into a ray of light and darted out of the hole, retreating from the battlefield. Chapter 1303. Rumble! The raging whirlpool blades engulfed the area where Yang Zongxiao was like a destructive storm. The layers of water blades were like guillotines used to mince meat, and they quickly cut towards their opponent from all directions. Strong winds blew and water flowed. Everyone below was shocked, as expected of a battle between the strong on the honor list. They used such a terrifying move right off the bat. Bang! An intense, dull sound reverberated above everyone's heads. Countless terrifying whirlpool blades immediately intertwined, forming an incomparably dense and intense collision. The space distorted, and the heavens and earth trembled uneasily. The wantonly splashing water caused huge waves in the air. Looking at Yang Zongxiao, who was instantly drowned, the eyes of the martial sect disciples lit up. Beautiful! One hit. However, just as they finished speaking, there was a bang. Sound, and a young figure shimmering with a brilliant golden light suddenly flew out from the chaotic waves. What? The people from the martial sect instantly clenched their fists, and their expressions were solemn. Humph! How foolish and laughable! Yang Zongyun, who had already retreated from the battle, sneered in disdain. There seemed to be a golden light surrounding Yang Zongxiao's body. The light was like a shadow dancing around him. It was like a divine, protective light, repelling all the attacks outside of his body. Mystic light, gold spirit. Qiu Xingyi, who stood proudly in the air, narrowed his eyes and murmured. Yang Zongxiao raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently, "Yes." Qiu Xingyi gritted his teeth, and coldness surged in his eyes. Being from the Five Elements clan, he naturally knew how special the mystic light gold spirit was. This was a powerful secret technique that combined offense and defense. It was formless and was derived from the metal energy of the Five Elements energy. However, only the disciples of the Five Elements divine clan had the qualifications to cultivate such a high-level secret art. Moreover, Qiu Xingyi was an exiled member of the Five Elements clan. Yang Zongxiao, using the mystic light gold spirit to deal with him, was like a different kind of humiliation. The people from the martial sect below frowned inwardly, and their expressions were solemn. Putting aside his ranking on the wind cloud list, Qiu Xingyi was far weaker than Yang Zongxiao based on his status in the five-element race. It could be said that Yang Zongxiao knew everything that Qiu Xingyi knew. Qiu Xingyi had no idea what Yang Zongxiao knew. He seemed to be able to judge who was superior in an instant. But now that things had come to this, neither of them had any intention of stopping. "Since you've chosen to act, don't disappoint me," Yang Zongxiao proudly chuckled. Soon after, 2 fingers on his right hand came together, and a gorgeous speck of golden light blossomed from his fingertips. Buzz! Along with the slightly trembling space, a beam of golden light flew out and exploded. A blazing stream of air stacked up, and the beam of golden light rapidly transformed into a sharp sword. At the same time, a layer of solid flame surged out, and in the blink of an eye, The sharp sword became as red as a soldering iron, golden flame blade. A piercingly cold and sharp murderous aura permeated the entire area. The fierce aura was like a beam of rainbow that traversed the sky. The crowd below the wind, slaying platform, could not help but sigh in admiration. It's the fusion of gold and fire powers. Yes, the 5 elements sacred clan possesses 5 different types of power. Some people with higher bloodline talent can combine these powers and unleash them. The destructive power it explodes out far surpasses that of a single 5 elements power. Before the people below finished speaking, the golden flame divine sword, which emitted the power to tear the heavens and split the earth, had already rushed in front of Qiuxingyi. Its speed and the strength of the aura made it impossible for anyone to dodge. Hiss! The red, scorching sword directly pierced through Qiuxingyi's chest. The faces of the martial sect disciples paled. Chu Hen, Wang Li, Wu Yan, and the others also frowned. Before the crowd could react, with a bang, they saw Qiuxingyi's body explode into raindrops that filled the sky. Water clone! Yang Zongyan, who had already returned to the platform, muttered in a low voice. Splash! Water droplets fluttered randomly between heaven and earth, forming a small-scale storm in the chaotic cyclone. The area of the storm quickly enveloped Yang Zongxiao. The latter looked to the side, and a frivolous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When did you come over? Guess! A similarly playful voice entered Yang Zongxiao's ears. The hearts of the crowd below focused, only to see a ghost-like, elegant figure suddenly appear behind Yang Zongxiao. That is, how did he do it? God and Ghost did not notice. Without giving the crowd any time to think, Qiuxingyi, who had quietly appeared behind Yang Zongxiao, directly stacked his palms together, and the power of a mountain torrent rapidly surged between his fingers. If you underestimate your opponent too much, you will suffer greatly. The constantly blossoming dazzling light quickly filled the corner of Yang Zongxiao's eyes, as well as the visual nerves of the crowd. Bang! The incomparably heavy sound of the collision caused the sky above the wind slasher platform to shake. A powerful wave of air swept out in all directions. The next moment, a figure surrounded by golden light and shadow smashed downwards at an extremely fast speed. Rumble! The violent impact caused a section of the wall outside the wind slasher platform to explode. Rubble flew everywhere and the wall exploded. All sorts of violent shock waves wantonly spread out. The destroyed wall was like a dam that had been broken by a flood. The ground quickly caved in, and countless cracks appeared. Feeling the fierceness of the power, the people gathered nearby immediately retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. River of Swamp. The second wave of attack followed closely. Qiuxingyi, who was high up in the sky, did not plan to give his opponent any chance to breathe. His left hand was surrounded by a circle of water-like green ripples, and his right hand was pinched with a brown earth-colored halo. He clasped his palms together, and the power of water and earth instantly interweaved and fused. In an instant, the area around Yang Zongxiao immediately caved in, like a moving river of quicksand. All of the rubble walls and plants were all sucked into the swamp. Rumble! The ground continued to collapse, and the walls beside the wind slasher platform also disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, 100 feet wide swamp river quietly formed. It was like a monster that swallowed everything, drowning everything. Seeing this, the martial sect people could not help but reveal expressions of joy. Good job, Senior Brother Qiu. Too powerful. Take advantage of the situation and quickly finish him off. On the side of the 5 Elements clan, everyone sneered. Humph, a group of naive fellows. Yang Zongxiao mocked disdainfully. At this moment, a layer of emerald green light appeared inside the swamp river. Following that, a tender green sprout emerged from the swamp river. The green sprout grew at an extremely fast pace, and branches, long vines, and green leaves grew out at a speed that was thousands of times faster. In just a blink of an eye, the swamp river was instantly covered with sturdy long vines, and in the center of the lush plants, a flower bud the size of a house bloomed. Yang Zongxiao, who was surrounded by the mystic light gold spirit, once again appeared in front of everyone and scathed. Hiss! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people from the Star River City and Han Yun clan could not help but squint their eyes. What a shocking bloodline ability! Wu Yan, who was standing next to Chu Hen, sighed softly. Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai, who were behind them, also shook their heads. Even though the tree soul holy body that the siblings possessed was also the limit of the wood attribute bloodline. But compared to the 5 elements holy body, it was too simple. The difference between a normal holy body and a supreme holy body was obvious. Wood can subdue earth. Don't you know that? Yang Zongxiao, who was standing in the flower bud, looked at the young figure in the sky calmly. With just the water and earth that you're proficient in, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. His calm words were filled with disdain. Qiu Xingyi's slightly sunken eyes flashed coldly. I'm sorry, that was before. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, huge vines once again shot out from the swamp river. For example, the intertwining dragon pythons were covered in sharp thorns. Chapter 1304. Rumble! The gigantic vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth set off a monstrous killing intent. They were like the tentacles of the deep-sea giant octopus that raised a huge wave that shot into the sky. They slammed fiercely towards Yang Zongxiao, who was in the middle from different directions. Oh, you know how to use the power of wood. While Yang Zongxiao was slightly surprised, he crossed his arms in front of him and formed a sword finger. In the next instant, the profound light gold spirit that was revolving around him shone brilliantly. It was like a golden dragon that had been awakened as it soared and circled around him. Whoosh! An intense rumbling sound rang out, and the gorgeous golden dragon immediately erupted with a spiraling rain of swords that blossomed outwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 10,000 swords shot out at the same time, emitting endless penetrative power of the golden swords, covering the sky and covering the earth, crashed into the huge tentacle vine. The incomparably sharp swords shot out in all directions. One after another, the huge vines were cut into several pieces. The neat cuts caused the broken vines to fly in the air and fall to the ground. Metal can subdue wood. Below the wind-slain platform, someone muttered in a low voice. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and countered each other. Wood could absorb the nutrients in the soil to grow and strengthen itself, and the sharp blade could cut through trees and vegetation. Qiu Xingyi and Yang Zongxiao used this attribute of the power of the 5 elements to neutralize and deal with the opponent's attack. While everyone was suffering from the visual impact, they could not help but secretly marvel at the magic of the power of the 5 elements. The swords were like flying swords, piercing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the huge vines that were smashing towards Yang Zongxiao were cut into pieces. Looks like your use of the power of wood isn't that good, Yang Zongxiao said mockingly. Not necessarily. Qiu Xingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light. As his voice fell, a loud boom resounded, and the swamp beneath him exploded once more. The corner of Yang Zongxiao's eyes slanted as a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he directly leaped up and dashed away. Just as Yang Zongxiao flashed away, a ferocious bloody mouth burst out from the ground. The mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and it swallowed the huge flower bud that Yang Zongxiao was standing on just now. A foul wind wreaked havoc, and a cold current rose and fell. The expressions of the spectators changed slightly. It was a giant man-eating flower that was hundreds of meters tall. The strange and huge body was covered in barbs, like a terrifying prehistoric giant beast. After swallowing the flower bud, the gigantic man-eating flower once again opened its abyss-like mouth and faced Yang Zongxiao, who was in the sky. A blazing aura surged out from the inside. Qiu Xingyi joined his palms together and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't think that you're the only one who knows the power of the 5 elements." Hua! In an instant, waves of heat surged into the sky, and the giant man-eating flower spewed out a majestic fire dragon from its mouth. The sky was immediately eclipsed by the light. The temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. The Inferno Divine Dragon was unstoppable. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yang Zongxiao. The latter's slightly cold eyes reflected the scorching, crimson flames. His throat rolled as he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. Bang!" In the next second, a surging wave of flames exploded above everyone's heads. The crimson flames dyed the sky and swept in all directions. Fireballs of various sizes fell from the sky, and the chaotic scene resembled the explosion of meteorites. The martial sect disciples were extremely nervous. All of them stared at the sky that was stirred up by the firestorm. Other than Pei Yi, who had a disdainful and indifferent expression, the rest were rather nervous. Such a powerful attack should be effective. Wu Yan said in a deep voice, "Humph." Pei Yi glanced at him frivolously. How naive. If Yang Zongxiao was so easy to deal with, Qiu Xingyi wouldn't look like he saw a ghost. Senior Brother Pei, why are you speaking up for an outsider? One of the martial sect disciples replied in dissatisfaction, "I'm just stating the facts." Pei Yi crossed his arms in front of him, not caring at all. Wu Yan, Wang Li, and the rest could not help but frown slightly, but they did not say anything. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with deep meaning. Although Pei Yi was boosting others' morale, it was also the truth. Based on the current situation, Qiu Xingyi seemed to be attacking more than defending. On the surface, he seemed to have the upper hand, but he did not manage to suppress Yang Zongxiao. If Qiu Xingyi wanted to defeat Yang Zongxiao, it would be difficult. Whoosh! At the same time, the chaotic firestorm spread in all directions, and a figure with a steady aura slowly retreated from the wave of flames. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, and they saw that Yang Zongxiao's body was covered with a layer of brown armor. Some parts of the armor were already scorched red, and from afar, it looked like a soldering iron, an armor condensed from the energy of earth. Someone below said, "The 5 elemental energy is really powerful. It has both offense and defense, and the rotation of the 5 elemental energy is indeed a bloodline boundary energy that makes people jealous." Who said it wasn't? Watching the exciting battle between Qiu Xingyi and Yang Zongxiao, countless people were impressed by the powerful 5 elemental energy that they possessed. However, at the same time when Yang Zongxiao reappeared, Qiu Xingyi's next attack followed closely. Whoosh! Leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Qiu Xingyi's speed was as fast as lightning, and the shocking force of his palm descended from the sky like a raging sea dragon. Looking at Qiu Xingyi, who was surrounded by a green cyclone and a scarlet ring of fire, a hint of shock flashed through Yang Zongxiao's eyes again. Water and fire! Not only Yang Zongxiao, but even Yang Zongyun, Wang Li, Chu Hen, and the others outside were surprised. Everyone knew that among the 5 elemental energy, water and fire countered each other and were difficult to fuse. Once these 2 different types of energy fused, they would be weakened before they could be released. In a situation where 1 + 1 was added, it would be less than 2. It was hard to understand why Qiu Xingyi would release these 2 5 elemental energy at the same time. There was no time to guess Qiu Xingyi's intentions. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yang Zongxiao. He stretched out both palms, and the fire and water energy converged in front of him like 2 pythons. Hesitation flashed through Yang Zongxiao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Hee, I'm very curious what kind of surprise you can give me." Bang! As he spoke, an earth-shattering, heavy sound exploded high up in the sky. The deafening sound was not weaker than the clash of thunder. In an instant, the scalding waves of air surged in all directions like a tsunami. A circle of white cyclone shock waves swept out between the two of them, causing the space to distort unsteadily. This is the martial sect, Galaxy City, the Five Elements clan, the Hanyun clan, and the others all widened their eyes. The shock on their faces became even more intense. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and under everyone's shocked gazes, the earth armor on Yang Zongxiao's body shattered into pieces. What? At this moment, the martial sect disciples all clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. Even Chu Hen could not help but narrow his eyes. There were no tangible flames, and there were no clear ripples. The attack that Qiu Xingyi had just unleashed was qi. It's actually water qi. Astonishment, surprise, and surprise. It was written all over the faces of countless people. Using fire to compress the high-temperature gas that evaporated from water and then instantly unleash it. Qiu Xingyi can actually do that, as expected of the number one genius in the martial sect. What a strange idea. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two people high up in the sky had already separated from the fierce palm energy. Without a doubt, Qiu Xingyi obviously had the upper hand in this attack. The shattered pieces of the earth armor danced in the sky. Yang Zongxiao's eyes were cold as he retreated from the sky. Although his expression was still as calm as before, the way he looked at Qiu Xingyi had changed a little. Whoosh! Subsequently, Qiu Xingyi pressed both of his palms forward, and a ball of cool water quickly gathered in front of him. When the ball of water expanded to a diameter of several tens of meters, a scorching hot flame quickly climbed up the surface of the ball of water. The inside of the ball of water immediately boiled, and it quickly turned into white steam. Not a single bit of steam leaked out, and it was completely sealed inside the water membrane. The outside of the water membrane rapidly expanded, like a ball that was constantly being inflated. Meanwhile, Qiu Xingyi directly used brute force to suppress the steam from leaking out, condensing all the power into a fixed space. In just 2 blinks of an eye, the green ball of water in front of Qiu Xingyi suddenly became a white balloon. The inside of the balloon was filled with extremely hot steam. The violent and restless aura directly sent chills down everyone's spines. It was like a flaming mountain that was about to explode. Humph! Looking at Yang Zongxiao, who had a serious expression, Qiu Xingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light. This is a move that I created myself. I hope you'll be satisfied. Buzz! The space trembled slightly, and a gentle yet powerful force directly pushed the ball of white steam toward Yang Zongxiao. The steam energy ball that was nearly 100 meters wide was like a falling star, rapidly approaching the other party. Yang Zongxiao's eyes flashed with coldness. He raised his sword finger, and a golden sword light shot out like an aurora. With the power to pierce through 3 armies, it accurately hit the steam energy ball. Boom! A deafening sound shook the entire place in the sky. At this moment, the sky was about to split open, and heat waves rushed into the sky. It was like an exploding star or a meteorite. Waves of surging airflow swept out in the sky above the wind slasher platform. Setting off a layer of vortex storms, the incomparably hot airflow and steam filled the surroundings, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt a wave of heat invading their internal organs and meridians. A huge mushroom cloud of steam surged into the sky. The wind slasher platform and the surrounding buildings were shaken until they were covered in cracks and collapsed one after another. However, the steam came ferociously and disappeared quickly. The white mist quickly cooled down, forming a gray thundercloud that floated in the sky. In the sky, the 2 geniuses on the wind slasher list, who both had the bloodline limit of the sacred body of 5 elements, faced off against each other in the air. The battle of the wind and clouds. The battle of the wind and clouds. Every thought and action was enough to make people tremble in fear. Not a bad idea, but it's a pity that there are too many flaws. Yang Zongxiao said nonchalantly. His eyes widened, and a powerful golden light spilled out of his body. A pair of gorgeous light wings circled around his body, and he once again transformed into a dragon-like gold spirit profound light. The others present could not deny it. Even the martial sect disciples secretly shook their heads. Speaking of which, Qiu Xingyi's move was indeed unexpected. Moreover, the impact of the extremely compressed steam was absolutely terrifying. However, the most fatal point was that before the steam could reach the opponent, it would be intercepted. Just like earlier, it was hit by Yang Zongxiao's sword light midway, and it exploded in the sky, greatly reducing the area of impact. No matter how powerful the attack was, it was useless if it could not hit the opponent. Qiu Xingyi stared coldly at the arrogant face in the area below. What a disgusting tone. Yang Zongxiao did not seem to care, and the playful look on his face became even more intense. 2 more moves. 2 more moves? Hearing these words, the hearts of everyone present were stunned. Very quickly, they understood what Qiu Xingyi was referring to. Back then, Qiu Xingyi was chased out of the 5 Elements clan by Yang Zongxiao, and Qiu Xingyi was defeated in just 10 moves. This time, Yang Zongxiao wanted to recreate history. Bastard! You're too much. The martial sect disciples were extremely furious. Qiu Xingyi's gaze gradually became sharp, like 2 sharp swords. He stared at the person who had humiliated him back then, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, Yang Zongxiao. Qiu Xingyi pointed at Yang Zongxiao. I'm afraid it's too early for you to be happy. Today, I won't let you get what you want, Buzz. Following Qiu Xingyi's words, a strange wave of energy spread out from Yang Zongxiao's surroundings. Everyone was shocked. 5 different colored lights appeared in 5 different directions around Yang Zongxiao. The lights turned into 5 eye-catching and beautiful words at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 big words were separated from 5 different angles. Then, they connected and formed a pentagonal array with a diameter of about 300 feet. Dense and complicated runes of light started to spread out in the air, and then 5 enormous light curtains shot into the sky, forming 5 enormous barriers that sealed Yang Zongxiao within them. The golden light screen appeared the word gold. The green light screen appeared the word wood. The red light screen flashed the word fire. The green light screen appeared the word water, and the brown light screen swayed the word earth. Beautiful lights filled the space where Yang Zongxiao was. At this moment, the airflow inside seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented state of stillness. From afar, it looked like a luxurious palace of light floating in the air. This is... The hearts of the people present rose and fell along with the tides, fluctuating up and down. Yang Zongyun, who was standing in front of the 5 Elements clan, clenched his fists and cried out in disbelief. 5 Elements barrier! Boom! The moment he said this, there was an uproar outside. The 5 Elements barrier was a supreme and powerful sealing technique. Its strength was even stronger than the Shenyuan sealing technique of the War God Palace. It's actually the 5 Elements barrier. Yang Zongxiao frowned for the first time. He looked at Qiu Xingyi in surprise through the golden light screen in front of him. The latter's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and his aura soared to the sky. Do you really think that I want to use that technique to hurt you? At this moment, everyone's heart shook. He suddenly realized that the steam energy body that caused a huge commotion just now was just a feint act as a cover. Qiu Xingyi's true goal was to use the steam as a cover to complete the 5 Elements barrier. Everyone who understood was even more shocked and surprised. Such a huge commotion was actually just a cover. This Qiu Xingyi is indeed the number 1 person in the martial sect. He's really a genius. Clang! At the same time, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The dark thunderstorm began to roar in the sky. A majestic aura that was as majestic as Mount Tai came crashing down. Aurora shone, and countless dazzling seven-colored divine rainbows bloomed in the sky. An aura that made people's hearts palpitate spread out from Qiu Xingyi's body. Everyone's heart trembled along with the space in front of them. The pupils of Wu Yan, Wang Li, Pei Yi, and the other martial sect disciples shrank. Chapter 1305. This is the Eastern profound art. Looking at the seven-colored divine light that had appeared in the sky, the expressions of everyone on and below the wind-slaying platform changed drastically. Their faces were filled with shock. The wind and clouds changed as waves surged. A majestic aura that was comparable to a mountain exploded from Qiu Xingyi's body. His gaze was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed, burning with battle intent. For example, the returning kings stared at Yang Zongxiao, who was within the 5 elements barrier. "I've waited a long time for this moment." Every single word was like a clap of thunder. Wang, 5 different colored light barriers shone brightly, and the 5 sharp words metal, wood, water, fire, earth were even more dazzling. There seemed to be illusory chains intertwining in the air, locking down the inner space of the barrier. The inner area where Yang Zongxiao was seemed to have fallen into an unshakable state. The invisible pressure of the seal made it impossible for him to move. Only the profound light gold token outside his body released a flickering halo. Before Yang Zongxiao could come up with a countermeasure, the 7-colored light above the 9 heavens poured down like the radiance of the sun. In that instant, a heart-palpitating aura of destruction swept across the entire area. The Star River City, the Han Yun clan, the 5 Elements clan, and many other geniuses all narrowed their eyes. This was especially so for the martial sect disciples. Their hearts surged as anxiety and nervousness appeared on their faces. Rumble. The sound of rolling thunder intertwined as a storm stirred up heaven and earth. Under countless gazes that were filled with shock, within the 7-colored sacred light that shone brightly, a giant blade that was glowing with a glazed azure light broke through the divine rainbow. An unparalleled aura of destruction and slaughter crushed the entire area. Chu Hen, who was below the wind-slaying platform, also had a cold look in his eyes as he focused on it. The glazed blade that was glowing with an azure light looked like a double-edged divine axe. The axe was more than 100 feet wide, and it was covered with a dazzling runic light that resembled lightning. At the same time, Qiu Xingyi's aura was like a monstrous flame, and a huge, towering figure quickly appeared behind him. The illusory figure was like a heaven-punishing war god who was in the midst of teleportation. He held a double-edged axe in his hands and exuded a power that could shake the stars. "Yang Zongxiao!" Qiu Xingyi roared in a stern voice. His furious aura shook the surrounding mountains and rivers. His eyes glowed with red light, revealing a frightening hostility. "The humiliation from that day shall be returned today." The world trembled. The blood in everyone's body seemed to be boiling. Buzz, the towering, illusory giant's arms exploded with the power of thunder. It raised its double-edged divine axes high up, flapped its wings of light, and chopped down towards Yang Zongxiao. 7-colored azure sharp blade, heaven and earth wound, east mystery chant. At this moment, the divine blade that was flickering with 7 colors stunned the sun, moon, and stars. Boom! Under the myriad of intertwining divine radiance, the divine blade axe was deeply embedded in the light screen of the 5 elements boundary. Under the huge axe blade, Yang Zongxiao was like a small boat in a storm. Bang! With a heavy explosion, the gold spirit profound light around Yang Zongxiao's body instantly exploded into countless light fragments. What? Such a terrifying power directly caused the faces of the 5 Elements clan to turn pale. The moment the gold spirit profound light was extinguished, Yang Zongxiao was completely exposed to the terrifying attack of the East Mystery Chant. Looking at the rapidly descending divine blade, his pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle. His entire face was illuminated until it became blurry. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the remaining power of the heaven-punishing strike, which was comparable to the collision of stars, exploded in the sky above the wind slasher platform. The sky turned dark, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. A surging and mighty shockwave, like a huge ripple, spread out in the void and swept in all directions. The 5 giant light screens suspended in the sky were the first to shatter. The uncontrollable shockwave was like a mountain torrent that had broken through a dam. The ground below caved in, and thick rocks of all sizes flew into the sky. The majestic wind slasher platform also cracked inch by inch, collapsing layer by layer. The people gathered on it quickly flew away, afraid that they would not be able to dodge in time and meet with an unexpected disaster. The 5 elements barrier followed by the East Mystery Chant. Qiu Xingyi's trump card killing move directly shocked everyone present. Everyone was shocked, and their faces changed. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying power! This destructive power is already comparable to the Saint King stage. Qiu Xingyi is really a genius that only appears once in 100 years. No wonder he could occupy the first place of the martial ancestor ranking for so many years. The divine radiance that filled the sky ravaged the wind slasher platform. In the blink of an eye, this ancient and magnificent building that had existed for tens of thousands of years was completely destroyed. Apart from the central platform in the middle where the key was placed, the rest of the place was already in ruins. Everyone looked at the scene before them in amazement. Even Lu Yinda, the genius on the wind cloud list, who had never spoken before in front of the Galaxy City team, murmured in praise. The martial ancestor has produced a pretty good person. The way the people from Han Yun's sect looked at Qiu Xingyi had also changed. It's a waste of Qiu Xingyi's talent to stay in the martial ancestor. Yes, that's true. If he came to our Han Yun sect, I think he wouldn't just be ranked 46th on the wind cloud list. He might even be on equal footing with senior brother Yi Zhou. That's possible. But then again, why isn't senior brother Yi Zhou here yet? Who knows? Maybe he was delayed on the way. Compared to the people from the other sects who were amazed, the people from the martial ancestor were obviously more nervous. How was it? Did he win? I think so. Even a Saint King stage powerhouse might not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. That Yang Zongxiao's cultivation base is only at the imminent Saint King stage at most. He definitely won't be able to withstand senior brother Qiu's full force attack. On the 5 elements Saint Clan side, their expressions seemed to be a little uncertain as well. Although they were not as anxious as the people from the martial ancestor sect, one could still see their doubts. Suddenly at this moment, a strange fluctuation spread out from the void that was filled with chaotic energy. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qiu Xingyi's expression changed slightly as well. Following that, a mocking laughter filled with deep meaning entered everyone's ears. You're really something. I almost died in your hands. The voice rose and swept out with a strong airflow. But don't forget who's the real orthodox clan of the 5 Elements clan. Whoosh! A piercingly cold wave swept out in all directions. A figure shrouded in 5-colored flowing light once again appeared before everyone's eyes in a domineering manner. What? He's fine. The people from the martial ancestor sect felt a buzz in their heads. All of their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. A deep sense of helplessness rose up in their hearts. At this moment, Yang Zongxiao's entire body was emitting a domineering and forceful aura. A small pentagram talisman formation appeared below him. Each corner of the pentagram corresponded to the 5 runes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. Outside his body, a layer of circular shield appeared. The shield's color kept changing. One moment it was dazzling gold, the next moment it was crimson like fire, and the next moment it was rippling with green patterns. When Qiu Xingyi saw this, an indescribable complexity appeared in his eyes. 5 elemental shield. He mumbled softly. That's right. Yang Zongxiao's face was filled with pride. Only orthodox clans have the right to cultivate the 5 elemental shield. As Yang Zongxiao spoke, he raised his right arm. In his palm, 5 whirlpools were spinning rapidly like a lantern chasing after a horse. I've dragged this out for a long time. It's time for you to see my true ability, the time for his true ability. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qiu Xingyi's eyes narrowed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zongxiao raised his hand to the sky. In the next second, 5 dazzling beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky in front of Qiu Xingyi. The 5 beams of light were like divine arrows that pierced through the clouds. A series of dazzling lights exploded as they shot down from the sky, heading towards Qiu Xingyi at an extremely fast speed. Qiu Xingyi, who had already fallen into a weakened state, seemed to have lost the strength to defend himself. There was no chance for him to dodge. Hiss! At the moment when the heavens and earth dimmed, beams of dazzling light pierced through Qiu Xingyi's body like sharp swords. Senior Brother Qiu, the faces of the martial sect members changed drastically, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Some of the people around them secretly shook their heads. Some sighed softly, and some sneered mockingly. Looks like there's still no accident. What a joke. There's a difference of 5 ranks on the leaderboard. Do you think it's that easy to overcome? Even Qiu Xingyi has fallen. The martial sect has no chance at all. They're already at the bottom of the leaderboard. The result will be the same with or without them. To the disciples of the martial sect, the flash of light seemed to be as long as a few hours. At the moment when the light disappeared, a figure with a silent aura landed shakily on a collapsed high platform. Senior Brother Qiu, how are you? Senior Brother Qiu, are you all right? A large number of martial sect disciples hurriedly gathered around him. However, Wang Li, Wuyan, and the rest stood where they were, shaking their heads and sighing. Their faces were filled with helplessness and desolation. Qiu Xingyi's expression was wooden and his eyes were dull. He stood where he was in a daze. Fresh blood continuously seeped out from the clothes in front of his chest. He had lost. He had lost again. It was as if the scene of him being expelled from the 5 Elements clan had replayed itself. After a few years, he had lost to Yang Zongxiao once again, the person who had caused him to bear so many years of humiliation. The cold wind was bleak and there was a bone-piercing chill. The martial sect disciples had never seen Qiu Xingyi so desolate and sorrowful. It was an unbearable feeling of helplessness. Qiu Xingyi had been defeated. Even their most trusted leader had been defeated. The road ahead seemed to be pitch black, and they could not see any hope. A deathly silent atmosphere enveloped the entire martial sect team. Everyone was as sorrowful as Qiu Xingyi. I won't kill you, Yang Zongxiao said indifferently, because you don't even have the right to die by my hands. Qiu Xingyi's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Qi Qianying, Zhao Qingkai, and the rest frowned. They wanted to go up and help him up, but in the end they stopped where they were. To Qiu Xingyi, any word of concern was like a knife piercing his heart. Ha ha ha, why bother? I gave you a chance before, but you only gave up after losing all your face. A bunch of mobs. Within the 5 Elements clan, Yang Zongyan laughed heartily, his words filled with mockery. Without taking another look at Qiu Xingyi, Yang Zongxiao stepped into the air above the wind slasher platform and said arrogantly, "Who else wants the key to this platform?" No one answered. In Galaxy City, the Han Yun clan team looked at each other, and many people subconsciously focused their gazes on Lu Yinda. With Qiu Xingyi's defeat, Only Galaxy City's Lu Inda, who was ranked 50th on the excellence list, was left. However, Lu Inda had always been very calm. He was the same as the Galaxy City force, keeping a low profile. Yang Zongxiao calmly glanced at the people present and smiled. He then clenched his palm, and a powerful palm energy reached towards the high platform below. On the high platform, the barrier that sealed the key constantly glowed with a soft light. As cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier, the full appearance of the key inside was gradually revealed in the air. It was obvious that everyone present was moved, but no one dared to snatch it from Yang Zongxiao's hands. Crack! With a crisp sound, the barrier seal on the stone platform shattered into thousands of pieces. The three-dimensional, square-shaped key glowed with the charm of a treasure. Satisfied smiles appeared on Yang Zongxiao and the people from the Five Elements clan. However, just as Yang Zongxiao was about to put the key into his pocket, a bright and enchanting green ray of light suddenly shot through the sky and flew towards the stage. Zung! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into the stone was especially clear, and everyone's heartstrings trembled. It was a dark, green, holy sword, like a ray of light in the dark night. Under everyone's gaze, it accurately pierced into the stone platform where the key was placed. Buzz! A powerful circle of sword chi spread out, and the glowing key immediately broke free from Yang Zongxiao's control, once again falling onto the platform. What's that? The sudden scene shocked everyone present. Wu Yan, Zhao Qingyi, Zhao Qingkai, and the others in the martial clan team felt their hearts skip a beat. Chapter 1306. Whoosh! The sharp sword aura was like ripples of light in the air. When the secret key fell back onto the stone platform, everyone's hearts trembled. The dark green by Rand's sword flickered with divine light, and the blade flickered with lightning. The eyes of the martial faction disciples widened as they suddenly turned around to look at the young figure who had been standing there the entire time. Whoosh! The bleak cold wind was piercingly cold. Yang Zongxiao, the genius of the Five Elements clan, had a sword-like sharpness in his eyes. He looked to the side, like an angry king, cold and emitting formless killing intent. Who is unsheathing his sword? In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from Yang Zongxiao's body. Like the might of a mountain, it pressed towards the back of the martial faction disciples. The faces of the martial faction disciples paled, and they all felt as if a heavy burden was placed on their shoulders. However, the young figure faced the heavy pressure and walked forward with a ramrod straight posture. Every step was steady and steady. Everyone's gazes were focused on the other party. Bewilderment, astonishment, and confusion. Who is this? He looks like a disciple of the martial faction. Of course, I know he's a disciple of the martial faction, but why haven't I seen him before? Is he an idiot? What idiot? He's looking to die. The crowd was low and restless. The people of the Galaxy City and the Hanyan clan were also confused. Even Qiu Xingyi was defeated. Someone from the martial faction dares to come up? A disciple of the Hanyan clan expressed his surprise. Li Yuanliang narrowed his eyes and hesitated. He bit his lips and said, "This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere." Oh? The people of the Hanyan clan turned to look at Li Yuanliang in surprise. Senior Yuanliang knows him? He looks familiar, but I don't remember him, Li Yuanliang replied. Since Senior Yuanliang doesn't remember him, he's probably just an ordinary passerby. I really don't know where he got the courage to show his sword to Yang Zongxiao. Let's watch first. Maybe there'll be a surprise. Most of the people looked as if they were watching a show, expressing that this sudden turn of events was really unexpected. However, the disciples of the martial sect were extremely anxious after recovering from their shock. Junior brother Chu Henhe? What's going on? Wang Li, Wu Yan, and the others exchanged glances with each other. A strange light flashed across their eyes. Wait a moment. Humph. Pei Yi sneered with disdain and snorted disdainfully towards this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Hen walked steadily to the front of the Wu Zong group. He raised his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes filled with calmness, neither arrogance nor impatience. The top figure, ranked 41st on the wind cloud list, stared at him without any fear. As soon as their gazes met, a ring of restless air current vibrated in the air. Yang Zongxiao's gaze turned slightly cold as a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, are you planning to stand up for Qiu Xingyi? The people of the martial sect were shocked again and again. They could clearly sense traces of killing intent from Yang Zongxiao's tone. At this moment, Qiu Xingyi's slightly weak and gloomy voice was heard. "Come back." His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice, "This is a grudge between me and the Five Elements clan. It has nothing to do with you. Don't you dare interfere!" As he spoke, Qiu Xingyi's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. However, Chu Hen had no intention of withdrawing from Qiu Xingyi's angry rebuke. He raised his eyebrows and replied calmly, "I can't be bothered to interfere in your grudge. However, I'm only interested in the key." Wow. As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into an uproar again. Fighting for the key from Yang Zongxiao? Where did he get the courage from? Almost everyone's shock instantly turned into deep disdain and mockery. He, fighting for the key with a genius on the wind cloud list? Is he worthy? Could it be that he's stronger than Qiu Xingyi? Stop joking. In the entire martial sect, only Qiu Xingyi is on the wind cloud list. The others are nothing. This person is most likely crazy. Ha 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 ha, isn't it good to be alive? Yang Zongyun, who was standing not far behind Yang Zongxiao, mocked. He stood up and pointed at Chu Hen. "You don't have the right to fight with my brother. If you insist on seeking death, I'll grant your wish." Chu Hen's eyelids lifted slightly, his expression still calm. "Whatever. You're looking to die." Yang Zongyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Without saying anything else, he raised a majestic aura that soared into the sky and pounced towards Chu Hen. Buzz, the surging scarlet flames were like a tide. In an instant, the area within 100 meters of where Chu Hen was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Shortly after, Yang Zongyun moved and thousands of golden lights sprinkled down. "Nameless person die." Zung zung. A series of sharp sounds rang out. The beautiful golden light was like a brilliance that pierced through the clouds, turning into a sky full of cold sword shadows, accompanied by a murderous aura that could destroy everything. Countless sword shadows slashed towards the young figure in the sea of fire. Not good. Junior brother Chu Hen, hurry up and help. Seeing such a powerful killing move, the martial sect disciples could not help but feel anxious. However, in the next second, a majestic aura, like a huge wave, suddenly rose up from below the wind slasher platform. Accompanied by a scorching wave of air, the sea of fire surrounding Chu Hen was like a blossoming sea of flowers, instantly exploding from the center. The sword shadows that filled the sky, which were exuding endless killing intent, were instantly shattered by a circle of almost transparent shock waves. Everyone was shocked, especially Yang Zongyun. He felt that the aura below was as stable and reliable as an unshakable mountain. This guy, without waiting for Yang Zongyun to unleash an even more powerful force, with a swoosh sound, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the shattered sword shadows. That black shadow was like a ghost, as fast as lightning. Yang Zongyun had no time to react at all, and the shadow had already arrived in front of him. Yang Zongyun's pupils faintly trembled. That shadow was actually a human-shaped shadow. The shadow threw out a punch. It was as steady as the ripples on the surface of water, and the surrounding air faintly rippled with a ripple-shaped halo. It was a seemingly ordinary punch, and one could not feel any power from it. Bang! An incomparably heavy explosion reverberated in the air, and a powerful, black halo shockwave was immediately set off. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. The power that exploded out was like a mountain torrent, blooming in the air above the wind slasher platform. The huge shock wave surged over. Yang Zongyun's eyes were about to split open, and his facial features were twisted. He was like a falling rock, dragging a beam of light in the air, heavily smashing into the ground. Rocks shattered, and the ground caved in. Chapter 1307. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the mountains and rivers shook, and the earth cracked. Rocks were mixed with the dust in the air and flew around recklessly. The battle that ended in an instant shocked everyone present. The Five Elements clan, Galaxy City, Hanyun clan, and the other geniuses all had their eyes wide open, their faces aghast. Instant kill! It didn't give anyone any time to prepare. The battle ended in an instant. The martial sect disciples were even more dumbfounded, including Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Qi Chenying, and the others. They all looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Although Chu Hen had won the championship of the sect battle before, Yang Zongyun's strength surpassed Pei Yi, Wang Li, and the others moreover. Chu Hen and Pei Yi had fought for hundreds of rounds before winning the championship. And now, Yang Zongyun couldn't even take one move from Chu Hen. This scene was a huge blow to everyone. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was able to calm down a little. After all, he had personally seen Chu Hen kill Lu Minghong, who was ranked 49th on the honor list. He narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but nod and sigh. Asterisk qua. Asterisk the cold wind whistled, and the fire was extinguished. On the high platform, Chu Hen still stood proudly in his original position with a perfectly straight posture. A black light faintly floated around his body. His pair of deep eyes were like the stars in the ninth heaven, glittering brightly at this moment. Everyone looked at each other with cautious and vigilant eyes. Yang Zongxiao coldly glanced at Yang Zongyun, who was lying on the pile of rocks and covered in blood. A layer of frost immediately appeared on his cold and arrogant face. "Brat, state your name," he shouted in a low voice. Chu Hen slightly nodded, and light shot out from his eyes. "Martial sect, Chu Hen." It was sonorous and powerful and resounding. A low and deep commotion rose in the surroundings. Almost everyone was unfamiliar with this name. Only a few people had heard of the news of the champion of the sect battle. It really is the rookie king of the martial sect. What, rookie? He's the newest disciple recruited by the martial sect? That's what the rumors say. It's really hard to believe. The air was filled with a restless cold air. Chu Hen and Yang Zongxiao faced off in the air. Anyone could sense the anxious and tense atmosphere. Yang Zongxiao laughed. The curve on his face was as sharp as a scimitar. "I have to admit, you have triggered my killing intent. Compared to Qiu Xingyi, you are the first person I want to kill today." As soon as he said that, everyone in the room felt a chill run down their spines. The expressions of the disciples of the martial sect immediately became extremely solemn. Zhao Qingyi, Zhao Qingkai, Wu Yan, and the rest were ready to fight to the death. But there was no fear on Chu Hen's face. He raised his hand slightly and replied calmly, "Please advise me." "As you wish," along with his voice, a majestic force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas poured down from the sky above the wind-slaying platform. Yang Zongxiao raised the might of a mountain as he swept towards Chu Hen below. As he moved, both of Yang Zongxiao's palms extended downwards, and a circle of complex brown, mysterious runes spread out from his palms. Rumble! In an instant, the high platform that Chu Hen was standing on immediately collapsed. The faces of the martial faction that were gathered on it changed. Just as they were about to respond, they were stopped by Wu Yan's shout. "Let's all retreat first. Let Chu Hen fight alone." But Zhao Qingyi clenched her fists, feeling that something was wrong. "Stop talking nonsense. Retreat immediately." Wu Yen ordered the rest to retreat, while helping Wang lead to bring the injured Xiao Xingyi away from the battlefield. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the stone platform that was originally only left with half collapsed and shattered into pieces. Following that, with Chu Hen as the center, the ground around him also split apart. A frightening pressure gathered, and 4 huge stone walls quickly rose from the ground. Great earth enchantment! Yang Zongxiao shouted in a deep voice. The huge stone walls instantly rose up to 100 feet, directly sealing off Chu Hen's escape route. Chu Hen, who was inside the enchantment, had a serious look in his eyes. Before he could fly up and leave, a brown light curtain completely sealed off the exit above his head. Hiss, hiss! Following that, mysterious and strange runes quietly appeared on the 4 walls inside the enchantment. The mysterious runes intertwined with each other, like ancient characters. Following that, a large wolf head that was dozens of meters wide rose from the center of each wall. The wolf head opened its ferocious fangs, and a wave of extremely hot air rapidly surged out from within. Chu Hen's slightly contracted pupils reflected the incomparably domineering scarlet fireballs. The temperature inside the stone walls suddenly rose, causing the space to distort. Molten tyrannical flame. Boom! In that instant, the monstrous wave of heat that shot into the sky was like an erupting volcano, violently and uncontrollably leaking out from the inside of the 4 stone walls. A vast wave of heat spread out in all directions along the exit above the stone walls. The heavens and earth changed color, and wherever the wave of heat passed, the earth was dyed dark red. The surrounding people were all secretly shocked. Although the temperature inside and outside the wind slasher platform was extremely hot, everyone felt a faint chill down their spines. Yang Zongxiao had used such a ruthless move right from the start. It was hard to imagine how flustered Chu Hen, who was trapped within the stone walls, was. Such a tyrannical flame attack was no different from being in the magma of the Earth's core. Can junior brother Chu Hen really do it? Some of the martial ancestor disciples asked worriedly. I don't know. Almost everyone furrowed their brows, their hearts heavy. The result of standing out is self-destruction. Pei Yi said indifferently with a slightly mocking tone. He looked coldly at the scene in front of him, a trace of hatred in his tone. Senior brother Pei, your words are too chilling. Although you have some personal grudges with junior brother Chu Hen, our current situation is that we need to unite against the outside world. How can you boost his morale? Zhao Qingkai retorted unhappily. Pei Yi frowned slightly and glanced at Zhao Qingkai from the corner of his eye. He crossed his arms in front of him and replied disapprovingly, You don't have to listen to me if you don't like it. You have no right to lecture me, you... Zhao Qingkai was so angry that he stomped his feet. He wanted to retaliate, but was stopped by his elder brother, Zhao Qingyi. All right, that's enough. I believe that Chu Hen will be able to handle it. Before he had even finished speaking, the raging flames within the giant wall suddenly and rapidly decreased. Hiss! A cloud of white steam spread out from within. What's going on? The spectators could not help but be stunned. The originally scorching temperature dropped rapidly. After returning to normal temperature, it continued to drop rapidly. Soon after, a thick layer of ice crystals formed on the surface of the 4 stone walls. A chilly cyclone spread out in all directions, expelling the high temperature and sealing it in ice. What is this power? In the Han Yun Sec's team, Swordfinger Li Yuanliang frowned slightly, confusion surging on his face. He vaguely felt that the aura of this power was somewhat familiar. Hiss! In the next instant, a heavy and violent explosion rang out from within the Earth Spirit Formation. Suddenly, the incomparably thick stone wall was covered in cracks. As the cracks increased, there was a bang. With a loud cracking sound, countless strong and tough thorny vines extended out from the inside of the huge wall. Like tens of thousands of octopus tentacles, the vines grew and spread from underground, breaking through the stone wall uncontrollably and invading the ground. Would elemental power. He also knows about the power of the 5 elements? Someone outside exclaimed,